I got syrup on my Only Mid sweatshirt. Fuck with my network, we canceled your net worth. I was trying to do wet work, they got disappointed. Doctor's appointment for some Cosset relief cream ointment. You asked if I am really him. I told you blink your eyes twice. Made a bowl of kimchi appear and some fried rice. Only Mids has the fucking greatest producers. I see a bald guy from Las Vegas in your future. Fuck the like button, we don't even need it. Whether you like it or not, it's still Only Mids, bitch, eat it.
Please play motivational music. Stop. Please play motivational music. Fire. Desert tortoise. Plant medicine. Spiritual time, boys. Ready? Only Mid has emerged as a beacon. Only Mid has emerged as a open source Rex. Only Mid has emerged as a beacon. Only Mid has emerged as an open source Rex.
Garlic Boy sent $3 if 2 always wins.
Oink, oink. Oink,
I already fucking said we're not playing this stupid pig song on the stream. We voted on this. You know what, Make Mine?
oink, oink, piggy,
Ah, you fucking made it. You know what, Make Mine? This is the last time. Fucking piggy song, guess what?
I'm the best piggy.
Think it's gonna work, Make Mine? Huh? Fuck your piggy song!
I'm a pig. Can I get piggies in the chat? Piggies in the chat? I'm the best piggy. Piggy in the chat. Can I get some oink, oink, oink? Oink, oink, my cookers. Oink, 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 oink.
Let's all get fucked up.
I'm the best piggy. Oink, 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 oink. Best piggy in the town. Oink, 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 oink. Piggy, piggy. Oink, oink, oink.
Oops.
I'm a pig. Oink, 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 oink. I'm the best piggy. Oink, 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 oink. Best
Hey, Make Mine. Great job ruining the stream for everybody. You think we can look, we can type some numbers. Should I put your phone number in here?
Play that piggy song one more time. One more time. And I swear to God I'll lose my fucking mind. Lose my mind. I'm trying to count money on my couch. On my couch. Play that shit, I'll fucking throw you out. Throw you out? You fucked around and you found out. You got my attention. They called the fucking piggy song prevention. That's me. Bitch, I'll smack you with a brick of Crabtree. Tax free, but if you want some piggies, don't ask me. 100% distilled crack hips couldn't make me bounce my head to that shit. That's it. Get the fuck out with that whack shit. I'm on some vomit, hot lava on the track shit, doing backflips. For real, Tranquil don't come cheap, but he still will, and Only Mids will hit you with the bill. Only piggy that I'm fucking with is Piggy Banks. Fuck a piggy song, your buck biddy went to sticky drinks. Thanks.
Trank. Hey, yo, Trank, tell them how you feel, bro.
It's like they think I'm out here fucking lying or
Tell
something.
them how you fucking
Bitch,
feel,
I told you I was him. I'm the fucking greatest.
Greatest.
Bitch, boy, how many times you seen a motherfucker like me?
Ooh.
Bitch, even my track record's on splattered vinyl. With the gatefold and everything. My rap sheet's got a Rock Marcy feature. I'm laying it down. You out here fucking around with some Nickelodeon shit. It ain't that time no more, son. You hear them rings jingling? Let an old motherfucker do it. We out.
a fool. Say what now?
Buenos dias. Oh, I need headphones.
Nah, I don't eat that mess. I stopped eating that mess a long time ago, girl.
How you boys
she didn't tell
doing
you?
tonight?
No, I don't eat that mess no more.
Tonight, we pay
You go
tribute
ahead and eat that if you want to.
to CB Walker, a fine YouTuber and gentleman. We hope he comes back soon and he's healing appropriately. We want you to know, CB, if you are watching this, we think about you all the time over here, talk about you, and tonight we're going to play your last aired show. We await your return. We hope you're going through the healing process and it's getting better for you and your family, and we appreciate everything you've done over the years. We really do.
What?
So we're going to play your newest video, the last one you put out, and then we're going to find your oldest video and maybe some stuff in between. We have the link in the description to the video. You can go click that to subscribe to CB and watch all his shows. There's lots of them. He started out, I believe, on public access in New York too, I think. But tonight
they had to give me what they call that there. A moxa. You know what I'm talking about.
we're riding with CB.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, that was on. That's right. Well, honey, look here. I was in the waiting room. I ain't know it was that bad. I just knew I was in pain. That's right. But I ain't look at it, honey. Look here. When the pain get like that, there, I didn't care. I just want to get this thing taken care of.
All right.
I'm chewing in there, start crying all that.
Who's ready for a
I thought they was all sick with the COVID and all that.
free psychic energy palm olive break? I am.
That's what they was crying. No, honey, they was crying.
Over to the right. Smoke it if it's tight.
They was scared of me, honey. Yes, they was. And I almost cussed this woman out here. Woman gonna come up to me talking about, you know it ain't right. You's a grown man trying to scare these children. Shame on you. I started to cuss her out, honey. But to cool myself out, I went to the bathroom, honey. Honey, I must have looked in the mirror and I scared my damn self. You remember that movie, Goonies? I look just like that man. What did he say? You know, that's one. We said, hey, you guys. I look just like that man there.
Sit back, relax, Rato. Don't think about that damn truck.
Give me something.
Enjoy the show.
You ask me, what's wrong with you? Honey, I said, bitch, look at my face and ask me that again. Yes, I did. Hey, you know I did, honey. You know I did. Well, you know, I'm feeling better now, though. No, it's still a little swole.
I'll be back. I got to get the lots of matzo square cut to go with my pineapple soaked in coconut water.
I'm still going to do it.
And watch a little bit of CB Walker.
Well, tell me what you want. I could do that. No, I don't know how to do that.
P.S. This is how.
Oh. Well, look here. Get Bobby to do that.
Real men cut their pizza.
He ain't working. Sit up there watching TV all day. Get him to do that. And I'll just be the supervisor. I'll be the supervisor, honey. Oh, okay now. Well, you go ahead on. Oh, do me a favor, honey. No. I told you about that. But do me a favor. Just put a plate aside for me. Could you do that? I'll return the favor. Just a little greens, honey. No, because I know you be putting that thing in there. I love what you know. I can't eat that. I want that too. But there's little greens on the side. You got them yams? Okay, well, yeah, I have some of that too. Not too much, because you know I can't take all that sugar either. Okay, then. Well, I'm gonna rap at you. What? I just said that, honey. All right now. You do I say do though. Okay, so I'll rap at you later. All right now. Okay now. I'm gonna rap you later, honey. Oh, okay. All right now, honey. Will you get the fuck off my phone, honey? This instant, right now. Goodbye. Bye. Lord have mercy. Don't take all that.
Oh yeah, maybe a sense something just got bumped, huh? That could be happening.
Fuck I want. Ooh, Lord.
Just check around the whole area where he worked, I guess.
My.
Weird.
Keisha, come in here and get this boy out of here.
All right, it's about right. He has about a
I told you,
7-minute
get
intro.
this. Thank you. Close the door, please. Lord have
Yep.
mercy. Okay, like I don't do this every week. Keep my composure here. Happy. You're so good. You're so good. Oh.
Maybe CB will show up to say hi. I tagged him.
There
I
it
put
is.
his link for you guys. I know you all subscribe to him anyway,
How
but
y'all doing this evening?
if you don't,
Sorry for
maybe
the
he'll stop
delay,
by.
man.
You never know.
Had to straighten out some things here. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. How you doing?
Probably doesn't want
Say
any
what now?
questions, so if he did, he probably wouldn't say
I ain't talking
nothing.
about-
But I think when you tag somebody, no,
Right
he's
in
not
front of
back in, but we're honoring him
That's
tonight.
what I'm talking. How you doing?
Tonight is a CB Walker
That's good.
kind of night.
That's good. That's good. Well, I'm glad you're here. Matter of fact, I'm glad all of y'all was just here. Because y'all didn't have to be here. So I'm glad y'all here.
We're glad to be
Uh-huh.
here too,
How was your
CB.
week? Say it ain't so. You's a fool. All right now. All right now. Okay.
That's
Y'all.
good pineapple.
Thank you. Happy Friday. All that good mess thing. It's your good friend, Mr. Pence, baby. Walker. Look here, let me show you something. I ain't gave y'all this in a long time, so I'm gonna give it to you right now. Look at that. Ain't that something special? I know one of y'all sitting up saying, "Oh, mama, my mama, you got to turn on the television here. There's this fine young debonair man on the TV right now. Got to take a look at this here. So let me give it back to you so your mama can see it. Because I'm an equal opportunity employee, honey. There it is. Good God Almighty. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I am, if you're tuning in for the first time, I got to say this here. Every week I got to say this because you know some new folks calling in here, new folks tuning in here. So I got to say this here. I am
Preach, CB.
the world's foremost psychic energy being. Yes, I'm in. I am.
That's
Mr.
true, what
Clark
he's saying.
Bernard Walker. There was number 4 me. Honey, I'm about to tell you this right now. Ain't gonna be none after me. Fuck what you heard. Ain't gonna be none after me. I am a psychic energy reader, and I use an unorthodox method of reading psychic energy. Yes, I do. Let me tell you what I do here. So in case you wonder, you ain't gonna see no tarot cards here. I ain't gonna sit up there and ask for a lock of your hair. I ain't gonna ask for that. This is what I do. I take this here pen. You see this here? I don't know if you can see that. Just a regular old ink pen. You know special about this here. This is what I want you to do. There's a number on the screen. Let me see if it's on the screen now. Is it on the screen now? It's on the screen now. You call that number there. And here's what I want you to do.
Farmer John got
I want
through
you to be
once,
polite, number
remember?
one, say good evening.
We watched it. Nobody could get through. I kept calling. Farmer John got
How you
through.
doing, Mr. Walker? One of those 3. As long as you polite, any one of those there. And you give me your first name. That's all. I don't need nothing more than that. Just your first
That
name.
was amazing.
All right? Just your first name. Don't give me your last name. Don't want to put your business out on the street. Okay? Now I say this every week. Some of y'all be emailing me and all that stuff there. You put your last name in there, I know your business here. I don't want to put your business on the street. So I'm just going to say your first name.
Our last name is TV.
Okay, that's all. And this is what I do here. I say, hold on, Gertrude. Uh-huh. And I take this here pen, I hold it in my hand like this here. Uh-huh. And your energy go all the way out to the universe here like a boomerang. Then I come on back with the answer. And it hit this here pen like a lightning bolt. And boom! And I get the scribble on the sheet of paper like this here. Uh-huh. Just like this here. Uh-huh. You see that? Just like that. Uh-huh. And these lines, circles, and loop-de-loops will tell me certain truths about you. Okay, now, Gertrude? Uh-huh. So this is why I just want your first name. I don't want your last name. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. All right?
Ian, did
So-
you see
oh, I
what we
got to say
did
this here.
earlier? We went to
I got say
Menards,
this. There's a gentleman here
but not just for the feeder. I
who
was helping
reached out to
my
me.
family out,
My
but
niece
was
sent me
getting
this
picking
thing. I
up
ain't
some
gonna
stuff.
read this
But
whole thing. But I will say this here. If you're tuning in, Mr. Fella here, your
We
name
got
is Matt.
two new
I ain't gonna say your
feeders.
whole name here.
we swapped them out. One's a
Thank
big.
you so
You'll
much.
see tomorrow or tonight,
Thank you
maybe.
so much for your what they call that there. That message
Hopefully they
there.
don't make a
Them BMs.
huge fucking mess.
I believe it's called a BM. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And look at, like I said, when I responded to you,
I didn't stream it. I just
just
went.
keep on going, my friend. You're gonna be all right. And I love the fact that you're tuning in. Anything I can do to help you, I will do that. Okay? I will do that. But thank you so much.
It
for
doesn't
just
work in
sticking
there
it
anyway.
out. And I hope tomorrow you stick it out another day, and then another day, and then it gets better. Okay?
VP
Thank
just
you so much.
posted.
I
Don't
had to say
worry.
that, y'all.
VP just posted some
Oh,
paperwork.
Lord. Well, anyway, let's
3
get
hours
on into
ago.
this here. I'm
What
going
is
to take
it?
my first call here, because look at all I want to do is help y'all. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do. Good God. Good evening.
I found some pictures of you and Hardeep naked, and I'm not happy about it.
Okay, my friend,
Yes, yes,
is this who I
is-
think it is?
it's Steven, and I'm not happy about it. It's
Well,
your
Steven-
boyfriend.
Oh, remember Steven used to come over to the other
So
channel?
he kissed you.
Okay, you know I'm about
What
to
was
hang
his
up on you.
damn
You
thing? He had a
gave me the wrong
wrestling
idea.
photo in his thing.
You got people thinking that I got a relationship with this Steven here. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know Steven.
I don't know.
He called here every week. Maybe it's mistaken identity, but it ain't me. It ain't me. So y'all out there, you tuning in for the first time? Y'all probably sitting up there saying,
We need to find
You didn't
Steven.
tell me this man was into the men's? And if he was, it's okay. But I'm not into the men's. Okay?
What's
I
his
love the
damn
ladies.
name?
I love the ladies.
We
So
can
all
find
my
it.
little
He
ladies here.
sometimes
And they look at me, they say, oh my goodness.
on CB shorts
Good
and
man,
stuff.
man,
He
good.
can or pictures. He'll
Lord
find it.
Jesus. Uh,
We'll find him. Don't worry.
I can't help that the men's like me. I can't help that. But I ain't about the men's.
We'll do it right
I
now.
don't look nothing like no men's that no men's want to be with. And I'm sure you can agree with me on that. Hold on here. Let's take another call here. Good evening.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. We'll be turning this up here so I can make sure I hear this. Or make sure y'all hear that. Hold on here. Make sure this thing is loud and clear. Over and out 10-4.
I think
Eddie.
he gave him a birthday post.
Good evening,
Hey, CB, it's Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Yes,
You know what?
yes.
It's been a year since I came back, honey.
hmm
So we got a whole year together. Ain't that something special?
Yes,
So might as well say this is our anniversary, right? A whole year.
yes.
Ain't that
So,
something?
CB, where is your costume?
What costume?
Your Halloween.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. I'm gonna explain that in a minute. You just got to
Okay,
be
All right, I'm
patient,
gonna
honey.
find
I
him.
looked at the mummy.
You did what?
There he is.
The mummy.
The mummy.
hmm
Okay. I'm glad you love that, honey.
I love when you put it on CB.
You love when I put it
CB,
on?
can I get a reading, please?
Absolutely, honey. Absolutely. This is our 1 year anniversary. First of all, of me coming back, and 1 year anniversary of me getting to know you. Okay.
Yes, CB.
And it's something special.
Yes.
I think so too, honey. Remember that time when you called here? I think it was like the first, third, I don't think what it was like. And you called and I hung up on you. I cussed you out and hung up on you.
Mhm.
Get the fuck off my phone, Cheryl. Happy anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Miss Cheryl. She always up to some bullshit. When I give her a reading, she don't even listen to me. She keep carrying on with this bullshit she do here. She don't listen to me. So Cheryl, Happy anniversary, honey. Oh, and I got to say this here, so Cheryl brought it up here. Ladies and gentlemen, Friday, wait, what's this here? Next week, Thursday, is Halloween. Halloweeny. It's Halloweeny. So this is what I decided I'm going to do. I ain't going to do no Halloween show today. Okay? This is just a regular old show. What I'm going to do is this here. Y'all out there, since I love each and every one of you so much, next week is going to be a double header.
All right, I sent Steven not a message. I don't think you can send messages on
like that.
YouTube, but
I don't mean it like that.
I posted
What I'm going to do is
a
this
comment.
here. Since Thursday is Halloween, I'm going to do a show on Wednesday evening, same time, same bat channel, 9 on the PM. Okay? I may not do an hour show, but I'm going to do it. Okay? I'm going to do a Wednesday show just for y'all for Halloween. And then on Friday, I'm going to do another show. So next week, y'all going to get 2 shows. Okay? Because I look here. I love y'all. I love y'all. And I appreciate y'all calling in. I appreciate y'all tuning in here. So this is what I'm going to do. Like I said, this ain't no Halloween show. Next Wednesday is the Halloween show at 9 on the PM. And Friday is going to be a regular show. Day after Halloween. Okay? Just had to get that out the way here so y'all understand.
What's Ewok my Weewok?
If you
What
like
is
that, let me know. If you don't like that, just keep it to yourself. Good evening.
I thought your picture with Hardeep was adorable, Swami Daddy. I don't know why he's getting mad.
Okay, you know what, my friend?
Is
Yes,
that the guy
Swami
who's
Daddy?
sailboating?
I don't understand why y'all slandering my name like this here. I didn't do nothing to y'all.
I'm not slandering. I really liked it. I
We're
thought
not
your
going,
Tootsie
but you
Roll
can
was
post a
really
link.
cute.
Okay, you know what? Ladies and
Nuke, if
gentlemen,
it's good.
discard all of that mess there. Discard all of that mess there. I'm sick and tired of these men sitting up here lying on me like this here. Them crowbar boys. They doing nothing but lying and slandering my name. This is what I'm gonna do for each of them one of them. If I ever see you in person, I'm gonna slap each and every one of you like 3 students. Each and every one of you. And y'all gonna spit like a half a pound of nut out your mouth. in slow
Ewok my
motion.
Weewok?
Just like that there. I'm sick and tired of each and every one of you. Sick and tired of each and every one of you. I come here every week and I says, you know what? I'm gonna help some people here. I'm gonna get some people readings here. I'm gonna help them change their life here.
It's a sure way
I'm gonna
not to
change
get
the rest
any.
of their life here. But each and every week, y'all clogging up the lines with this bullshit here. Each and every week. Okay? So like I said, I don't know who put you up to this mess here. I don't know who the ringleader is here. But y'all, y'all fucking with the wrong one. Okay? You're fucking with the wrong one. I ain't gonna talk too much about that there. Okay?
I guess we're not
I ain't
subscribed to
gonna
him.
feed into the negativity. I ain't gonna do that. This is a positive show. It's a positive family show. Well, kind. You watch it with your family without your kids. If your kids is grown enough, you watch it with them. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Okay? So let's be respectful here. All right? Let's do that. Y'all ain't got to sit there and lie on me. I got to do that. Good evening.
Hello?
Hello, my friend.
Hi, Clarence. How you doing?
I'm doing quite well. How are you, my friend?
I can't complain.
You
Hey,
better
did you
not.
get to see that? I said I can't complain. How
I
about
said you better not complain.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, there's some things to complain about sometimes.
You's alive, ain't you?
Well, I mean, I saw those pictures of you getting butt fucked, and that was something to complain about.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this man here, this wishful thinking. Look, there's no picture of me. Look, you got me flustered. Look, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all pray for me here, y'all pray for me here.
Gamma, how was your trip to the city last night?
Because look, if I ever see him in person, y'all pray for me here. I ain't gonna say what I'm gonna do because I don't want them people coming here and saying, "Look here, we heard what you said. We heard what you're gonna do."
Let me see our hellos with a mouthful of pizza.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I ain't out there with these boys. Okay?
Buenos noches.
I ain't out there.
Good evening, Rato. Good evening, Nuke.
They
Good
start
evening,
some
Ian.
bullshit standing my
Good
name.
evening, Gamma. Good
Now, I want
evening,
you to ask
Stream
yourself a
Elements.
Now, I want you to ask yourself a question here. Why would anybody, I mean anybody, slander the name of CB? Why would anybody do that? Why would they do that? Unless somebody put him up to. Maybe it's the Russians. Maybe that's who it is. Maybe that's who it is. I think that's who it is. Good evening.
So are you gay or like? I just.
Are you asking? My friend, is that wishful thinking? What is this? You put in an order or something? I don't understand this here. I truly don't understand this here.
I might nuke.
you
I
was
think
a
the
straight
sales
man,
change on Wednesdays,
why
right?
you
At grocery
asking me
stores.
about
I need to
some
go by
shit?
like 10.
And if you think that I'm not straight,
Just a half.
what you doing tuning in? What you tuning in for?
There's
You
lots of
trying to get your
matzo.
kicks on Route
It's a great
66
deal.
here? Is that what you trying to do here?
I need some pineapple, some bromelain to
My
digest the
friend, I
proteins.
encourage you to get your shit together here. Figure out what you want with your life. Because it ain't here. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. Because I will fuck your life up. You heard it here first.
He's
I will
good,
fuck your
Ian.
life up. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me for saying that. Please, I apologize. I ain't putting out no threats here. I ain't putting out no threats. Y'all forgive me for that. Positive energy only. Positive energy. I just want to help somebody. Please, anybody. I just want to help you. Okay? You finna put that heroin in your veins?
That
Just stop
heroin?
for a hot second here. And call that number.
How's he
back.
come up with this shit?
I might be able to help you. Okay? I might be able to help you. Good evening.
I can't believe you threatened me.
These Crowbar boys are something else here. These Crowbar boys are something else. I don't know what to say. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a break because if I don't, I'm going to tear this whole place up, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
You think somebody put a
Ladies and
CB
gentlemen,
sticker at the
thanks.
Crowbar Club in New York?
My goodness. I ain't helped nobody yet. I ain't helped nobody yet. I ain't come here for this. Not at all. Not at all. Hold on. Sit up here, dry mouth and all this mess here. Y'all get me upset. And I'm going to tell y'all something here. Y'all fucking with the wrong one.
Remember the
I'm gonna tell
greasy
y'all
lip?
that before. Y'all don't seem to understand here. Accuse me all this mess here. I'm on these boys and all that. I don't look like nobody meet with no boys here. Special thanks. Oh, I got to say this here. For y'all tuning in for the first time, y'all don't
Where you
step
from
I
is
gotta
wrong.
explain this here. So y'all don't step say, we wasting time. No, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. When folks donate to the show here, to show their appreciation here, I don't do it live on air when they do it here. I wait till the following week. Okay. Then I say thank you. Okay. All right. So you just sit tight and you listen here. And while you sitting tight and listening here, go ahead on and do
Matza
something. Go
matza,
ahead
how
on
I've
and do
missed
what
you.
want to.
It's
I ain't
been
telling
2
you to do
days. I was
I
having
just-
withdrawals.
Patricia, CB's beautiful and astonishing wife. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to say
There's a
this
real
to
life
you.
caller who got through. Farmer
This is
John
not
can say
Patricia.
it's real too.
Okay, this is some person here who donate every week, and I truly appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. Well, this person here, at the kindness of their heart, they sent me a donation, and then they put bullshit on top of it. Okay, so I got to say thank you, and I got to read this here.
I wonder which
Okay,
ones he
just for
writes.
my appreciation. I don't know if you'll do a show next week before the big day, but happy birthday for the 28th, CB. Oh, my birthday's on the 28th, so that's what day that is. My birthday's on Monday, y'all. It's on Monday. So that's what he's talking about. One more year before the... have a great day. Thank you, my friend. This is that fool, excuse me, that person again. Happy birthday for the 28th, CB. Have a great day.
You could have won 350
Thank you
bucks
so
at the
much,
powwow,
I
Ian.
appreciate that thing. Only
In the
Mids
Caucasian
TV.
category, they said.
CB, can you enter my Only Mids pumpkin contest? I will look into that, my friend. I didn't know you had a pumpkin contest. I'll look into that and see what's going on there. And if there's still time, I just might do. Okay, I just might do. These folks done donated not through the YouTubes. They donated through the what they call that there, the Cash App. That's what that is. Tiana,
The Cash App.
thank you, honey. You say it's
Who's ready
love you,
for a
CB.
CB break?
Yours truly.
In honor of CB, I am
Tiana,
calling
AKA. Yeah.
the molecules from the universe, summoning them
Honey, I didn't mean it like that.
into a
Your name,
powerful, powerful positive energy,
Steph Lover
pushing it
forever.
into your
Still
plant medicine
in
to inhale through your lungs in honor of CB Walker.
Now these other two,
On the
now I
count
got
of
to explain this
3.
here.
We shall begin.
That Cash App there you see on the bottom of your screen, that's for donations.
One.
That ain't there for y'all to ask me to donate to y'all.
Freddy's coming
So
for
these
you.
two folks here, maybe y'all
3,
misunderstood.
begin.
Because in the Cash App, it say that y'all want me to donate to y'all. That ain't how this thing works here. Okay? Christian F. He say, I need some psychic help, brother. My friend. It's to donate. I ain't supposed to donate to y'all. I ain't got that ain't what this about here. I give y'all psychic energy readings here. And Andrew H.
Oh, pardon, we have a caller. Hold on.
Y'all anyway, y'all understand.
You're on the Only Mitch show.
Hey, it's a little booger.
Hi.
I'm just kidding. It's me.
How you doing?
It's hot. It's fucking hot, man. Boiling hot.
And humid?
Yeah, I got to take my baby for a walk each night. He won't go to sleep now.
Well,
Until for a walk, I got to strap him to me on this thing that's called a boba. You know what they are?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I walk around, dude. Sometimes I'm out there walking around at fucking 2 a.m.
2 a.m. No, it sounds like a motorcycle over there.
Yeah, it's a hot rod.
Interesting. I was going to tell you, it takes about 3 weeks to develop a habit, so it's going to take about probably 3 weeks for a little baby to have to change that up and suffer through it if you want to change it, you know?
Well, I was going to stream last night, and that's why I wanted to call, because I know who's in here right now. It's important people in here. I was going to stream last night, but the problem that I'm running into when I do want to stream is that baby comes first.
That's true.
So then it is no problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's like teething and stuff, and it's really hard to get him to sleep without me taking him for a walk. And it's typically around that time. And it's nice. You know what? One day he's going to be grown, and I'm going to miss that.
Oh, you're going to totally miss it one day. So cherish it. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad used to take me riding in the truck. He put on Creedence and Jim Croce.
Just drive around and put you to sleep.
Yeah. And I would, I'd fall. I can remember that shit, and I'd fall asleep. So I'd put on the same shit. I just put it on my phone, like Creedence Clearwater Revival. Just walk around. I try and stick to like the darkest place, the most wooded places. And I don't know why, but every time I think to myself, you know, one of these dumb fucks is gonna ride by and go, hey, what's that guy doing with a baby? You know what I mean?
It's 2 a.m.
People are like that, dude.
They might think it's a dog or something getting walked. Who knows?
Nah, it's when you have a human strapped to your torso.
Well, true.
That's an obvious thing.
Can you try playing him one night, the Only Mid song, and then the No More Piggy song, and all those songs?
Which Only Mid song?
The theme song.
I'm not playing those for my child.
Fine.
I'm not playing your fucking profane channel music for my child.
I'll tell. You know what? You just wait. Okay. Little baby, are you there? Little baby, piss.
Yeah. Oh
and poop.
Lord, he's gonna have a lot more to say to you now. He's saying words and shit.
Oh yeah, he did, but he did good before.
He's going hop, hop.
Just making sounds and all kinds of neat stuff.
Oh, he was putting his foot in his mouth tonight. Yeah.
I wish I could put my foot in my mouth.
He just learned how to do that. My first one was doing it from like day one, and then he stopped at like month 5. But this one had not done it, and now he's starting at month 5.
Well, it's only going to get more fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
It will.
No, it is. I see Toe talking about how hot it's hot. It's just too damn hot, man. So, well, yeah, the baby's asleep, love, but I had a crisis of conscience about, I wanted to stream, but then I'm like, no, because Five Banger's streaming, I'm not going to take up his stream. And then also every time fucking stream, every time I stream.
Let me guess. Okay, go ahead.
You already know.
You already know.
Complain about one person.
I'm going to complain. That's right. My wife knows me well.
But let me just tell you quick, last night we were, had you gone on, we're going to go watch, but we're going to leave the powwow on that. We streamed for 7 hours. This is a huge powwow in Canada, and people from Mexico, USA, and Canada go there to dance in a competition for the weekend. It was really pretty cool.
So you were watching a competition?
We're watching a powwow. It's a 3-day powwow, and we're watching the last day where all the tribes and from all over the countries came and competed.
I'm rad.
Yeah, it was really cool. But anyway, that's what we were watching. But no, I can't leave it up, but I can tell you where to watch it.
Quit talking about Five Banger Goes Live. I can't help Nuke. I can't help shit right now. It'll get better. I'm pulling shifts trying to get the next vid out.
No, sometimes I go live before as a warm up to gather them.
So I was gonna drop a new vid today, and the reason why I'm content to work on it is because I wanted to make sure there's a specific animation graphic. I have a woman eating coffee grounds off of a hunting knife.
Off a what knife?
A woman eating coffee grounds off of a hunting knife.
It's kinky.
Among other things.
Interesting.
And there's just extra details that I want to put in there that are worth it. So, but yeah, like there's a lot of there's so much shit going. Well, you know the shit going on.
There's stuff happening.
Did you want to? What's your plans around? Have you figured that shit out? Your plans around autumn?
Well, that depends on.
You ever come to a decision on that? Bud?
I haven't yet because I'm still. It's gonna have to be closer just because of my parents when I have to help them with appointments and shit. This is where. But I will figure it out.
Me and my son, my oldest, does that. He doesn't want me cursing. He won't let me curse. He says everybody else cusses, but I'm not allowed to.
That's good. He has what they call an old soul.
He must.
I think so.
I guess he has a high opinion of me that I'm the only one who can't cuss.
And he has a 5-banger chain too, and only one other person has one. So
yeah,
and that's because they came and visited. And it was Justin.
You know what he calls? You know what he calls you?
What?
My friend.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
that's really awesome.
He doesn't say he will if he as an honorific he'll say 5-banger, but he'll typically say your friend.
Hey, maybe someday I'll do a kid-friendly show on purpose, and we can do a kid-friendly show for him.
No, you won't. Listen. So here's the thing about it. So I thought about. Didn't we talk about this before? I thought about doing MFBTV like shorter things, simpler things for kids.
Yeah.
In theory and on paper, it's a wonderful idea. And I'm a parent. Why not?
Sure.
I typically don't trust people on YouTube Kids because I think a lot of them are like, look, even the parents turn out to be awful. They get news stories about them, you know?
Right.
Like, oh, this family was actually violating labor laws with their own kids. And how many of those? It's like 3 cases of those. And just YouTube Kids is a creepy place.
It is. Netflix Kids has been a creepy place. All the kids shit's creepy everywhere.
It's all creepy.
Yeah.
And I would, as much as I would love to do a kids show about mythical beasts,
I just wouldn't.
The problem is that if you act like an adult any other time, then people hold it against you, and they can't make the division between, hey, here's me, and then here's my kids' content.
Right. They think at all times you're going to be the most wholesome, perfect.
You said a cuss word. Yeah, well, I'm over on a live with adults. So for some reason, it's okay for Samuel L. Jackson to narrate a book called "Go the Fuck to Sleep," and that people. I don't understand this generation. I don't understand millennials. I understand Xers. You know what? I'll venture a guess that I think I understand Zoomers, but I don't understand my own generation.
They might have. I hate to say it, but I have a feeling that there was a lot more Sherm utilized.
Yeah, Nuke's right, by the way. Yeah. What about Sherm?
I think there was a lot more used during your generation than's been talked about.
Well, they fucked everybody up, man. Back in the 90s, I think was the first critical mistake. They fucked everybody up back in the 90s, putting everybody on Ritalin.
Yeah, that's true. Back then then the next generation, or two more, whatever, was Adderalls. Even though it's very...
Yeah, millennial parents are insufferable, hypocritical, probably the most hypocritical parenting generation of all time on God's green earth. Insufferable. And it's like the shit that that millennials will expose their kids to.
I've seen horrible shit being exposed to kids nowadays, and they wonder why they can pay no attention. Because anyway, we'll get into that another time. But
like the TV that they'll let them watch, and the iPad, like Nuke's talking about, with the tablet shit.
Yeah, I've seen some. It's bad.
Yeah,
it's really bad.
We've already seen the effect on Zoomers. It's like, look, was that not enough? You've seen now a generational effect of this.
Well, here's my thought process on it. It can be considered lazy parenting, and what kids want is
I got to say happy birthday again.
Oh, hold on. Let me turn that off.
control. That's what they're going to latch to.
Yeah.
They're going to have
Well, look. Post says, nah, woke professors at the colleges reversible damage to people's brains, and I agree with that.
I saw that, and I was going to say, we talked about this when I went to the University of Minnesota up in Duluth, right? Now that I go back and think about it, I got penalized because I didn't even give a fuck about politics, but I had my own values and opinions and I thought how stuff should be done. And it was a very liberal college, to say the least, a liberal arts college. Well, it's they have a medical school too, but it liberal. And I remember being great on stuff. And I remember now, the more I think about it, the thought process they tried to program into heads and stuff like that. And at that time, I was like, it didn't work. If they tried to do it, I don't know. I didn't even realize it at the time. But that college, I saw all the people that went there now. Like, it's pretty interesting. I'll just put it that way. So you can be totally programmed.
What I was looking today, and then you know what? And then I'm gonna hand it off to Kelsey because Nuke wants to hear Kelsey vent. And you think I won't fucking let you, brother? You think I will deprive you of that? Oh, you could.
Oh God, it's a good time. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, no, we'll see. We'll see who's holding who back, Nukester.
Oh God.
I want to address something though that's related to mom stuff.
Okay.
Is that there are two commercials that keep coming on Pluto. What are you going inside? Nuke wants to hear you vent. See, how about that, Nuke? The baby's awake. You woke the baby. Two commercials on Pluto. And one of them shows a baby suckling. And, there's a specific sound that they make when they do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's close up on the baby so that you can't see anything else going on. So you would immediately presume this is an advertisement for breastfeeding. Good, that's based. Let's get, you know what I mean? That's what you would think. Because that's clearly, obviously, the best, most optimal thing in the world, right? And they even tell you that. I don't care if the hospital's woke. I don't care what it is. Anyone will still tell you that, right? When you have a baby.
It's
They
milk
say
of
they'll-
the gods is what it is. Nectar of the gods.
They send, they'll send people in there to tell you, all right, you're going to breastfeed the baby, right? And I've been through this twice now. So in two completely different places. So yeah, it's pretty much agreed across all of humanity that if you can,
Right.
that you should breastfeed your baby. Okay. This commercial that's on Pluto that's been shows the baby suckling, and you sit there and you relax and go, finally a commercial. Now that RFK stepped in, right? Finally, commercials promoting that over formula or something. And then it slowly zooms out. And as it does, it's saying, you're familiar with this sound. This is the sound of a baby receiving nourishment, etc. And then it zooms out and you see that there is a bottle in the baby's mouth. And then it says, bet you didn't know that this baby was drinking from a bottle. And then it says, something to the extent of, instead of complaining about the differences, how about we recognize the similarities? I shit you not. And then it's a fucking ad for a brand of formula.
What formula? Do you remember?
I can't at the moment, no. But I could pop my head in my living room.
Was it Similac?
No, it's not Similac. It's a brand I've never heard of.
Interesting. It's probably they added something new to it. I get though.
It was so offensive to me, dude. It's like, what the fuck? It's like one thing if you just say, hey, here's a formula. If you can't, you know what I mean? Like, here's a formula that's good. This is how hard we work on it. There's nothing about it. It's pure like propaganda.
It's supposed to pull at their emotions and be like, oh yeah, it's okay if we do that. And like,
the way the commercial comes off saying, look, you don't have to do it. It's still just as good. That's their argument. It's enabling. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's enabling. There might be lots of mothers out there who are like, it's just so tough. It's blah, 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 blah. And here comes that. And I would see that as insulted. I know it would insult. If my wife watched this commercial, she'd get real fucking insulted real fast. And then there's another commercial. I swear they must be targeting us. Like, I wonder if Pluto, these streaming network, if they have targeted ads. You ever wonder about that?
What's Pluto?
Pluto is where you watch TV.
Okay. Like TV shows?
Yeah. Okay. And like you could watch, there's a channel just for Andy Griffith, 24 hours a day. There's a channel for The Price is Right, 24 hours a day, etc.
Okay. Good evening, Skinny's Books. Good evening, Kelsey.
What's up, Matt?
I'm just saying hi to him.
So, yeah, Pluto. It's Pluto, dude. And they have like a Vivo channel where you can watch 90s music videos all day.
That's better than MTV.
Where you go if you want to watch older television at this point.
Right.
And it's the only one I can think of anyway that's free. But they got ads. This is the cost of all this. So then that's the one ad. And then right after that, there's another ad. And they're selling a bottle that looks like a boob.
A booby bottle?
Yes, it looks just like one. And they have a sensor blur over it. And the chick is doing the narration. And she says, no, you don't need to censor this. It's not the real thing. But it has different skin colors and it's shaped like the real thing. And then they're saying, hey, it's just like the real thing. And those ads run back. They keep doing it, too. As I'm sitting here binging Ghost Hunters, I have my reasons.
Oh.
I have my reasons.
What brand is the boob bottle? Is there like a website you go to or something?
What do you mean? Also, Ian, what do you mean when you agree to their bullshit? Part of that is that to you. What do you mean by that? I feel fucking stupid right now. And then what did you say, 5 Banger?
Where do they sell these bottles? Did it say?
some company like
Like a
again,
website?
No, I'm sure that they have their website on there. These ads running on Pluto. This is all anecdotal. They ran back to back for me. There's the ads. So we got 2 problem ads here. The one is the baby suckling, and then you find out that, and then they're trying to say, hey, it's no different.
Oh, he said, Ian says terms of service. Like they're agreeing to their terms of service when you sign up.
Oh, I suppose we don't have to sign up. I'm not signed up to Pluto. You have an option. I don't even know if that takes the ads away. Now I get it, Ian. No, that's a good point.
It says you agree to them spying on you.
Yeah, which I have not. I don't have a Pluto account, and you don't have to have one. You just have to put up with their bullshit ads. So check this out too. They used to run nothing but pharma ads all the time. And I've seen that the pharma ads have dropped out, dude.
Really?
Yeah. Junior's coming hot, man. He's coming in hot.
We'll see what
He's got him. What do you think about that?
About RFK Jr.?
Yeah, what do you think about RFK Jr.? What do you think about Maha?
I think that RFK Jr. didn't he already get the lists of stuff like the dyes and stuff's already set up to like be approved and all that stuff?
And a lot of companies to end production immediately, even though it's only by a certain.
Hey, that's good to get out. I don't use anything colored like that much.
Expiration dates, by the way. Like exactly how long does a bag of Skittles really last? You know what I'm saying? Like
7 years.
Oh, is that actually 2.5 years old, man? It could be.
I'm sure. I don't know how he could make it any worse. You know what I mean? Like when you look at our awareness has been brought to us versus other countries and the ingredient lists that are allowed and this and that, like we're pretty far behind.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know. We're behind on a lot of things.
Yeah. We are.
I'm 100% down. I like to make fun of him in a loving way. I'm down with RFK Jr. He's one of my favorite. I guess I like to do his voice. You know, how can you not love that voice? I understand why he has the voice. I know he was injured by a brain worm or whatever. Like I get it. But when you're a politician, you have an voice. You will, you know what I mean? You'll be imitated forever. You become legend. People have to do your voice well.
He's in pretty good shape, that dude.
Oh yeah, he could rip your out. Yeah.
Yep. It's pretty incredible.
I get so. What's that guy? How old is RFK Jr.?
Ian probably knows.
Ian, how old is RFK Jr.?
Oh. Nuke says 50s. Ian says late 60s.
Yeah, he's got to be in his late 60s. No way. Nuke. He's not in his 50s. Deftones and Korn and Limp Bizkit are in their 50s. You telling me RFK Jr. would have been jamming with fucking Limp Bizkit in 1999?
Wonder if he was.
If that's true, that's wild.
I guess I could just type it, but
think about that. Like he could have been in Godsmack.
Oh my God.
I am not the one who's so far away. Get that out of Skittles today.
RFK Jr., 71 years old.
71. Look at that. 71. And he's ripped. He's fucking ripped. I have seen, see, now we got a good conversation going on. RFK with the last Creed. Dude that taught me TM was really into drumming and he loved Godsmack. What's TM, Ian? Or can you not say?
Oh, shit.
What's TM? No, I don't know. I didn't. The fuck was I gonna say? Because then that wasn't. Oh yeah, I saw Mike Huckabee, Transcendental Meditation. Okay, I saw Mike Huckabee. Did you ever see this? Mike Huckabee playing "Blind" by Korn on the drums with Head from Korn.
I haven't.
That actually happened. Have you seen that?
Nope.
Yeah. Mike Huckabee, of all people, he plays the drums, right? He's like, he starts banging out the cymbal part of Blind. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. This is years ago. It's like 9 years ago or something. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way that Mike Huckabee is about to do this. And he does. He had Head from Korn with him. He came to talk to Mike Huckabee. How based is that?
That's it. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know it now. You YouTube it too. I'm positive it's out there on YouTube. Mike Huckabee playing the drums to Blind by Korn with Ed from Korn. It's an amazing.
Oh, I was going to say, he said he wanted to ban cigarettes too. Ooh, big tobacco. I don't know how that would go down.
Yeah. You know what? How can I get mad at that? I'm a smoker. I need them to legalize cigarettes so that I can just go ahead and go through it. You know what I mean? What am I going to do? They're not going to let me into a rehab for cigarettes. And if they do, they're one of those fancy celebrity rehabs. They're going to charge you up to wazoo for you to go what? Imagine that, having to run in and go, no, I'm begging you to strap me down.
There's too much money from lobbying and everything else to even consider banning tobacco.
I shouldn't have to go into a rehab, because this is what's going to happen. You go into a rehab and you say, I want to quit smoking.
Mm-hmm.
First, they're going to say, have you tried Chantix? And then when you say no, that's the poison. Then they're going to say, well, have you tried whatever other farms do? You say, no. Listen, I just want to quit. They're going to say, well, then quit, you silly goose. And then when you go, no, I can't. I've watched it kill multiple family members, and I still can't quit. At what point is this not worthy of rehabilitation? And as you just said, it's because it's legal and there's a lobby for it. But I mean, so's alcohol. Yeah. And people go to rehab for that all the time. You smoke cigarettes? Imagine showing up at rehab and then telling them, no, I can't. Lock me up, please. You're going to have to. And, it's so hypocritical that they're going to tell you, well, you don't need rehab for that. Just quit. It's like, well, then you're not needed for anything. Then you admit that you're useless.
That's why they let you, when you're coming off of other drugs, have nicotine and caffeine.
I'll tell you what they will tell you. They're going to give you a quote. Really serious. They're going to say, okay, for $16,000, we'll let you shack up here.
Or more.
Or more, yeah. And then after you pay them off in installments for 20-something years, and you're dead.
Yeah. No, they do finance the yeah.
Even if you paid them a bunch of money, you're going to end up in there, and then they're going to give you like a James Frey novel and a Sprite and shit, and have you work it alone. And then you're going to be like, no, I need you to tie me down to a fucking bed. And they're going to go, no. They're just going to say no. And then you're going to be like, no, please tie me down to a bed. And then they're going to be like, no. And then you're going to be like, no, I'll pay you. And they'll be like, how much? That's additional. And eventually, though, they will. And they'll be like, okay, another $10,000. All right, you fucking weird fucker. We'll tie you down to a bed because you don't want to stress no more. It's ridiculous. We need rehabilitation. So the only way I can think, I mean, I get what my brother's here saying, which is I'll riot. You know what I mean? I'll get mad. I'll get real big mean if they. Of course, I am a smoker. I smoke cigarettes. I understand it. But at the same time, I will not see a hypnotist third toe.
Ooh, you're worried that they might. Ooh, it could happen. It's a privacy
No.
issue.
I don't want anybody messing around in my fucking brain. As I light up another one. I don't want anybody messing around with my head like that. Messing around with this. I saw a guy who was self-proclaimed hit. I didn't like it.
I know some people who did it, but to like quit smoke, like different things to help with trauma and stuff. That's what their goal. They were good people, the people who got certified to do it, but you never know. You know what I mean? What? Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it either.
The guy that hypnotized me hung out with Anton LaVey for like fucking 2 decades.
Oh, they must have some good stories.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's dead now too. The guy that hypnotized me is also dead now himself. But he was like a friend of Anton LaVey. I was an edgelord in my 20s. I let him do it. God only knows what he did.
He put a spell on you. Probably not. He probably just did. Well, what was it for? Like to quit smoke? Was it just for any purpose, or do you were just like, oh, just hypnotize me for fun?
He just told me that he could do it, and I said, no, you can't. And he said, yeah, I can.
I don't know then.
I said, all right, let's go. And he took me to a very creepy private room, and there was there's witchcraft shit left and right in there. And to a long table. He sat at one end of the long table, and I sat at the other. And now I will say to you, so I won't say who it was or say anything more about it. I will say to you, he wasn't like some nut off the street, okay? Right. Guy's got a Wikipedia, so he wasn't just some rando off the street. And he sat at one end of and it was a long table, and he sat at one end and I sat at the other. And he started having me count backwards. For some reason, he picked, at least in my memory, I think he picked the number 28 to count down from. And I had to count down, okay? And, but I couldn't say anything out loud. I had to be completely quiet. And then so he would count it like out loud, but I had to visualize the numbers as he would say them. Okay. And so I remember him getting down into the single digits, and I started to get like a feeling like I was being pulled in half because I was resisting it. Okay. Mm-hmm. I was actively resisting it. Like, nah, you ain't gonna hypnotize me. And I started to get a feeling like my bottom half was being like separated from my upper half. Like I got cut right down the middle. And gravity was increasing. And that kind of freaked me out. I was 22 or 23 years old when this happened. That kind of freaked me out. So I remember shifting in my chair a lot and like kind of holding on to the armrests, keeping my eyes shut, but starting to feel uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. And he was in the single digits around then. But then my pride, this is what deeply, deeply bothers me, is I swore he was at around 5. Before he snapped his fingers. And when he snapped his finger, I still had my eyes closed. When he snapped his fingers, I saw a bright yellow light. Like with my eyes shut. I saw a bright flash.
I suppose that's the brain shifting. That might be what happens.
Well, I brought it up to him afterwards, right? Like almost immediately, and I'm sitting there, and I felt, have you ever passed out before? Like actually passed out?
From like exhaustion or just standing up and whoop, I'm passed out?
Just whether poor circulation or
oh,
whatever.
Well, many times like being choked out in jiu-jitsu and stuff, yeah.
Okay. So
I thought you meant something just naturally. Okay.
So like, you know when you're coming to, your tongue is tingling?
Everything yeah.
Yeah, like, well, your head's tingling, but I've passed out a few times because I had hypoglycemia as a kid. And which is, I guess, it's like the opposite of diabetes.
Okay.
And when I would come to, my tongue would tingle. And it was that exact same sensation. And I was not happy about this. I only remembered him getting as low as 5. Now, keep in mind, he's supposed to be counting down to full hypnosis. Meaning, what happened after 5? Did he successfully fucking hypnotize? You see what I'm saying?
You don't remember anything after that, huh?
Who knows? I could have sat there 20 minutes and picking my brain.
Well, did you look at the time before you got hypnotized and when you got back?
Well, I could tell you, number one, my ass didn't hurt afterwards. And there was nothing like that. No, I didn't look at I should have, shouldn't I? I should have written it down. I should have done that.
Oh, well.
He got down around 5, and next thing I know, he's snapping his fingers. I see a bright yellow flash behind my eyelids. It was dark. It wasn't dark in the room, but it was dim in the room. And bright yellow flash, and then he's telling me, all right, it's done. And so I immediately tell him about the flash. Now, this man is in his old age, been doing this a long time. He just looks at me and he says, yeah, because it works. Which I don't want to. Yeah, I know. I don't want to hear that from him because that means, yeah, it just worked on you too. You don't know what I did. Yeah.
I'm sure you're fine, but it's scary to think about.
It's fine.
It'll be all right. Did you?
Can we talk about Big Bang and evolution as a metaphor for gestation of a human?
Yeah.
The Big Bang is, yeah. Do you need the birds and bees story? Ian? Yeah. Well, I mean, I see it. Well, I'm not going to say that. Never mind. Even on your show, there's things I'm not going to say. I can't say more. My plans are too big. Yeah, I've thought about that before. Under certain conditions. 5-banger, have you ever thought about stuff like that under certain conditions?
No.
Really?
I'm a very wholesome individual. This is a family show most of the time.
You are a wholesome guy.
Yep, it's true.
Check the. I'm not going to talk about there's the thing, the thing that's ongoing, that's almost done, the big thing. The shit that I've been up to out in the field.
We have a cornfield behind us. If you need some filmed, let me know.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
It's growing fast.
I've been out in the field recording content. Mighty strange content.
Mystifying.
But in the future, so I'm going to lay our game plan for Halloween because we always do, because Halloween's always a big deal.
Oh, we got to play that video. We got to play Skinny Puppy.
Well, of course.
And that's fine. We don't get in trouble, I don't think.
No, we never have.
I hope we don't.
It's cool guys over at Skinny Puppy, I guess.
It'll be good. Okay, we got to do that. That's for sure.
Hey, I covered a They Might Be Giants song, and they basically gave me permission to do it, and they don't even know me.
Maybe I could.
That's There's cool people out there who will do shit.
Yeah, probably a lot of people are pretty. You just get people once they get an ego, or what do they call them? Clout chasing is when they seem to get, Anyway, the more people share your stuff, it's a good thing.
So,
but anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. But then don't be careful. There's a duality to everything. Okay. There's also. What was it? I was reading Epigrams by Ambrose Bierce earlier. One of the passages says, if every hypocrite in America got a broken leg today, then all the hypocrites in Canada could invade tomorrow.
Gamma would probably help him too.
Yeah. This was written in like 1870.
Probably. Well, I'm not going to say anything.
But there's a lot of wisdom. I seriously recommend this to anybody listening right now. If you do read, and surely you can get your phone out and read, and there's plenty of stuff that's in the public domain.
Wear blue light glasses if you're doing that on your phone.
Yeah. But yeah, Epigrams by Ambrose Bierce. It's just a 20-minute read. It's just singular passages and quotes that he wrote. And for instance, here's another one. They're just bits of wisdom, because he was a humorist. He took a jab at Mark Twain. I'll get to that one in a second. But there's another. It's like a bit of wisdom. And there's so many. I had highlighted them here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it up.
Speaking of,
Ian, you have to read this, Ian. You have to read it. Like there's one that he has. Hold on, I'm pulling this up. There's one that he has about how like a rabbit's foot is lucky for you, but it wasn't lucky for the rabbit. So, okay. I'm trying to find out because I started highlighting some of these because they were so good. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is the one I was looking for. I didn't want to paraphrase this because it's written so perfectly. To be comic is merely to be playful, but wit is a serious matter. To laugh at it is to confess that you do not understand. You have to think about these after you read them for a second.
Because you do not understand.
Well, you would never, you laugh. You laugh at things that are silly, but wit is different from comedy, is what he's saying. Wit is profound.
Yeah.
And so someone who just immediately laughs, say something, they don't get it. Because how could they? Because these are things that are meant to be pondered.
It's shocking to the brain, too.
Right. Laugh is a shock. It's a shock reaction. Here's another one. If you would be accounted great by your contemporaries, be not too much greater than they. Now that's dripping with sarcasm right there. What it's saying is, everyone thinks you're great. And then if at any point they perceive that you are too much greater than they'll fucking hate you.
All right, Gamma, stay safe. Get your stuff ready to go, your bug out bag.
Be good, Gamma.
Yeah, there's a fire where she is right now, so that's across the river, but the kind that took out homes as the wind is picking up. Okay. We'll pray for you, Gamma. Huh?
Is the weather bad out there?
No, there's fires right across the she's literally backed up to the river and there's fires, and when the sparks jump, they're gonna start the houses over there where she's living on fire.
Okay.
So there's always fires up there and things burned down. I think the city burned down 2 or 3 times and had to be redone. There's a reason for secret societies. Oh.
Well, yeah, there is. So check this one out. All right. This is funny too. You scoundrel, you have wronged me, hissed the philosopher. May you live forever.
Oh, because that's a good one.
You get it?
You live forever. I get it, yeah. I'm not going to spoil it. Let them keep thinking. I'm going to take a philosophy break over to the side. I'm listening to you, though.
Because a philosopher would tell you that immortality is not wise. Like, if you had immortality, you would wish for death. And the only reason we wish for immortality is because we are mortal. We want to be something more than what we are, right? And many philosophers have made that point. So a philosopher insults you by telling you to fuck off and live forever, because that's hell.
Yes, that's a nightmare.
Yeah, to live forever would be hell. That's a good one. And so here's one. This one's a bit more complicated. Let's see if guys get the.
Crap.
Who are, so this was kind of a quote. Sometimes we would write these in kind of a poetry form. Who art thou, stranger, and what dost thou? I am generosity, and I seek a person named gratitude that thou dost not deserve to find. True, I will go about my business and think of her no more. But who art thou to be so wise? I am gratitude. Farewell forever. So think about, so
Forever.
again, and it might be easier to read than when you're hearing it quoted, because these, again, you have to take a few seconds to think about these. It's saying, look, if you're going to be generous only because you expect gratitude in return, then don't fucking bother. Then you're not actually being generous. Then gratitude is going to tell you to fuck off.
Fuck off.
It's like those guys on YouTube who go, watch me give this homeless person $1,500.
Yeah.
Like, how about you just do that and you don't need to broadcast that to everybody, dude.
But that's how they make. Yeah, I know. I agree with you. But I've seen those channels, and that's all they have usually, or things they do. And they say it's because they want to inspire others to do such things.
And that's bullshit. They don't.
It's a job. They pay for their lives by doing it.
Yeah, want to be called a good person. And if they're not, they're going to get pissy. Now, even I relate to this. I hold the door open for people everywhere I go. I don't care who you are. If you're behind me, I'm holding the door open for you. I don't give a fuck who you are. I will not violate that rule. If you're close enough to me and I'm first through the door, I will hold the door open for you. You'd have to be a fucking space alien for me not to do it. And even then, the only reason I wouldn't is because I would be so shocked that I would just stand there, you know? Staring. I'd forget what a door was. I would have to forget what a door was to not hold the door open for you. It's for all human beings.
It's engraved in you.
But here's where I get pissed off. I hold the door open for you and you bum rush past me without saying a fucking word. Yeah, I get bitter. So even I'm guilty of what Pierce is talking about there.
I think you may feel like they're disrespecting you by not saying.
Yeah, and it also makes you feel like they're not going to pass that along. I think we do these things wanting some assurance that it'll get that is going to get passed on and will maintain a society, the civilization, manners, like Nuke saying, you know, that will. Because it's good manners to hold the door open. It's good manners to say thank you. You hold the door open and then someone just like kind of shoulder checks you like, fuck you, I don't got time for you. And then they walk past you. And then it's like, I let you hold the door open for you and you couldn't be, it makes you kind of want to grab them and say, try again. And snatch them out and say, try again. But then that's not why. Because what Bierce is saying in that epigram is don't be out there doing charity.
Hold on, the whole microphone fell out of the holder. This thing's breaking. Hold on. All right, that's better. Go ahead.
I think Ambrose Bierce had a point there, is that, well, you shouldn't be mad. So even I'm guilty of being angry. For me, it's with the door, though. It's not with a lot of other things, but yeah, the door open and they don't say thank you. It does make me mad. But this one's really good because this one I had to think about for a few seconds, and then when it clicked, which a lot of these will do that. When it clicked, I was like, oh, that's really, wow, that's hustler shit. This is Machiavellian shit right here. Listen to this one.
All right.
There was never a genius who was not thought a fool until he disclosed himself, whereas he is the fool then only. Let me know if you need me to read it again. You need to think about it.
Just read it for everybody.
If it's confusing, I get it. You shouldn't feel stupid because this one's a little tricky.
I was actually typing the words carton arcs at the time, so yes, please reread it. And I'm
Okay.
sure they would like it too.
I don't know, maybe not. You should drop down to 5.
Well, just read it
We
though.
have 5 viewers in here, so I'm gonna say this. Imagine you're reading it and you're hearing it because
Okay.
things read better. I
No,
think.
it's true. It can hit home more through reading versus somebody blabbing it in your mouth. Yeah,
Because you can use your eyes and your silence to process the information.
true. All right.
There was never a genius who was not thought a fool until he disclosed himself. Whereas he is a fool then only. So I had to think about this it probably took me 5 seconds. I had to read it 2 or 3 times.
Mhm.
And I realized there was a couple of different ways that you could look at it, right? Because it might be easy to mistake that for that whole open your mouth and remove all doubts thing, which is a separate quote. That's not a Bierce quote. You know that old saying about it's better to be thought a fool and be quiet than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Yeah, I've heard similar.
This isn't that. That's what makes this one by Ambrose Bierce so genius. It's not that. It's not saying the same thing. So I'll read it a third time, final time, and then I'll explain. There was never a genius who was not thought a fool until he disclosed it himself, whereas he is a fool then only. And so
He's a fool
what he's
for letting them know he's a genius.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in steps, 3 stages to that. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that's sharp shit, right? If you are smart, don't let anybody know.
I told you boys what to do. Dumb down.
Yeah. Play stupid. Play stupid. You'll get ahead playing stupid. And yeah, that would be another way. It could be Nuke. Well, I wouldn't have a career if I shut up, but I sure wish I could.
True.
5-Banger, do you ever how do you feel about that? Do you ever wish that you could do the hermit thing and just the vow of silence and all that and just shut the fuck up?
I kind of do that now. To be honest with you. Anyway, I feel like a hermit here. Like a monk, like a Buddhist style, not a Buddhist. Just you sit there and do nothing for the rest of your life type thing?
No.
Okay, thank God. That would have sucked.
Well, no, because Ambrose Bierce himself had pointed out a number of times how stupid that is. That's kind of stupid.
Good evening, BG.
I think it's the definition of monk. Yeah, right as I think it's under his definition.
Tibetan, yeah. I was going to say everybody reacts different to different stimuli, so to assume that something's stupid just doesn't mean not for everybody. Everybody has a different stimuli, and everybody's unique based on their DNA. So,
right. Well, when you're going to be in entertainment, unless you're in music, and then even then it depends on what kind of music you're doing.
Right. That's true.
Or unless you're a mime, then you don't really have an ability to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's true. You got to say something.
Yeah. And think about how quickly, and there's a lot of, hey, have you been getting these random streamers? Nuke, it's your prime season now, Nuke, with the new YouTube algo that said, hey, screw all the legacy YouTubers. Let's put a bunch of nobody here that are doing their first lives. Have you seen a lot of these? Are you getting new material? You have to be.
Dear YouTube, please promote Skinny White channel and Only Mids TV channel and get us thousands of billions of followers and let us surpass Mr. Beast, and we will do something so amazing for the world that will make you tons of money. You won't even believe it. In the name of Creator. All right, go ahead.
Nobody wants to be you don't want to be Mr. Beast. That guy's
No, we want to be bigger and do. I have a plan.
No,
trust me, but I can't tell you.
You don't want to be bigger. You don't even want to be as big. Look, I would be fine I would be fine if I made it to 150,000 before I died.
It's going to be a faceless channel. We're going to use animation to get through. Don't worry.
Speaking of which, having binged, so yeah, the Halloween content. Listen, here's what we're doing.
Okay.
And I've already so this is also Only Mids Business Gang. Okay.
Yeah. Listen up, players.
I've spoken to Five Banger about this. What I would like, I'm sure he would too.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to happen is that maybe he could get out here and we'll go do this. But what is considered one of, if not the most haunted locations in the entire state, I will be in there, and at times alone too, completely alone. And there's lots of, so I won't say what the place, but you could pull up obviously you'd be able to deduct. There's probably a list of top 10 places in the state of North. They were keeping, was it Union Camp, and a lot of guys died there. They were keeping them sick. There were guys stuck in there for a grip for a long time. Andersonville's really depressing. I'll bet that place has. But I've never been to Gettysburg. Gettysburg seems to be one of those places that are definitely haunted. Some of the best video evidence I've ever seen came out of Gettysburg. You've probably seen them.
I've seen some of the stuff on the battlefields and along the tree lines and stuff, like the shapes and all that, in a mist form that looks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So good. And that you're talking about the vid where it was just a dad and his son, and he's like, "What is that? What is that?" And it was broad daylight. Is that the one you're talking about?
I've seen that, but there's a lot of different ones. But
yeah, Gettysburg's haunted as shit.
The mass slain. I mean, that's a massacre.
But the play. Well, I mean, especially the more you know about the battle itself, and the methods it took until it was exhausted. I guess until both sides were exhausted in that fight, and it really did exhaust the shit out of both sides. Obviously a huge failure on the part of the Confederacy, but yeah, Gettysburg was brutal. Little Round Top. I think it didn't end at Little Round Top when who was, I'm a bad historian right now. It wasn't Bedford Forrest. Who was the first Confederate general that was at Gettysburg? I got no idea. Because it wasn't Lee.
No, but I don't know who it is.
I want to say it was Nate Bedford Forrest. I want to no. The first one was killed. I think Forrest was like lag. He was behind.
Nuke says Walls.
So Walls. What is that? That's distracted.
Oh,
Somebody just pull it up.
I don't know.
We got to pull it up because I think if I remember correctly, the first Confederate general at Gettysburg was killed there, and then the one behind him. Now I'm almost positive on this, and this may have been at Little Round Top, but that Bedford Forrest, there was some kind of distraction. There was a column that was run as a distraction to save whatever was left, right? And then on the Union side, I can't remember, someone pulled a hook maneuver up through the woods, and that's where those ghosts are seen in the videos, by the way. But what had taken Little Round Top finally was they pulled like a flank maneuver where they broke the line, they broke ranks and then brought the ranks on the northeast corner of Little Round Top or something like that, and came in and flanked them. And those guys got shot the hell up. Little Round was a Hamburger Hill, you know? Same thing. It was just a mound of death. If you're ever, I guess the lesson is between Hamburger Hill and Little Round Top, if you ever see a hill and you're in the middle of a fucking battlefield,
It's a mound.
yeah, it's just a mound. Good luck, dude. I guess that's why they say die on that hill, you know?
Yeah, it might be.
Die, and you can't run away, otherwise you're a deserter. As soon as you see that hill as part of your mission creep, you're dude. Start praying. Nobody wants to be on a hill. Stonewall Jackson, says Nuke. Yeah. Didn't he? I know he got injured. Stonewall got, perhaps, I think it was mortally injured. But I don't know if it was at Gettysburg. It would have had to have been at Gettysburg. It would have to have been. I need to go back. See, that's my other problem is I can't watch Civil War anymore. Ken Burns' Civil War. Isn't it weird that taxpayers paid for PBS for so long, and yet you try and find something that they used to show that our tax money paid for, and then someone may have it on DVD, a private seller on eBay for like $1,000.
There's some high-priced DVDs on eBay.
I really want to know why in the fuck they canceled. They're trying to erase that documentary from history. Why? Because it was sympathetic to both sides.
No
That's
idea.
gotta be why. That has to be why.
We only know history because it was written by the way people wanted us to know it, just like we're writing all the articles and news and stuff right now the way we want the next generation to know events unfolded. Or the media,
Right.
you know? So
And it's so disingenuous of PBS to do that. Ian, you have it. If you've got Civil War on DVD, you're sitting on a gold mine. There's people out there selling that shit for $500 to $1,000.
if you want a copy of it, he'll send you one.
No.
Never, Ian, would anybody accept some counterfeit copyright type stuff. But if
I do, but I don't want. Ian contributes enough. I don't ask shit of people who do a lot of
he bought it off the dark web.
So I would have to say no, you cannot. But on the sly, like if for some reason you can make these appear out of nowhere, then yeah.
So look for those if you're at a thrift shop or a garage sale. The Civil War set.
Because Ken Burns' The Civil War is like one of those things I could just I can watch it all the time. I don't have to watch anything else. I can just cancel all television. You know what I mean? I just because it's long enough, you can roll it and then just start learning it all over again. But it was so disingenuous of PBS to try and make it disappear, because they definitely have. They definitely have, because here's why. It was on Netflix forever. For years. There's no reason it couldn't be now. This was taxpayers. PBS.
Yeah, that's federal. That's funded by the tax. Yeah.
Right. So then we should always have access to that.
Well, you would think it should be at least in the archive or the national, some way to get it.
The only way I've ever seen is private dealers and stuff.
Weird.
So Ian's saying he's got copies of Ken Burns' The Civil War. How does this even happen? I don't know. Because I'd be the first guy that would have a copy, and you can't. These people out there scalp for it. That's why I say that's pricey, Ian.
Big cage fight for it, Ian.
I would definitely enter a cage fight, depending on the weight class of the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
For a shrink wrapped copy of.
Oh God, that'd probably be. Oof.
This would be about $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely get into a cage match with a guy at least equal to weight class to me. I'm 147 or something like that, so you can't be.
That's a good payday for your first fight. Trust me, $1,000. That's good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If it's a Christmas gift from your mom, you can't send that to me, Ian. For the love of God. But man, what a good documentary! And I think the reason that they pulled it was sympathetic to both sides, and that's clearly would be the reason why they would pull it. Obviously, come on, PBS was openly saying, yeah, we need to bust down statues. I mean, there's a reason PBS is being defunded, or is said to be threatened to be defunded, because they were partisan, which they shouldn't be. This is taxpayer money, right? And they can't be partisan. You can't do party politics. And they did. Well, I was talking about Ambrose Bierce earlier because I've been reading Bierce. That man was a decorated Union soldier. And he, in his own writings, wrote all the time about how bad he felt for both sides. And he was there. He had a grape shot blowing past, you know what I mean? He was there. He was at Vicksburg and shit. I mean, this man was there. And then he went on for the rest of his life writing like, hey, this is hideous. I feel terrible for both sides. Don't ever let this happen.
I think it's going to happen again in the future, and here's how quick. I think there's going to be federal orders for martial law eventually, and then some states will say, fuck that, and that will be the new form of civil war.
You think it's going to happen again, what, soon?
I don't know when. Not necessarily soon, but you never know. You never know these days when anything could happen.
If it does happen, it'll happen because it was allowed to happen. And then that doesn't bode well for us because there's a lot of people who say, hey, if there was a civil war today, it'd be over in a night. Fucking look at these. You're thinking about Antifa shit that they would be, and it's not. It wouldn't be them.
No way it would be them.
Their asses will be out like Prince's at the fucking 92 VMAs. They're gonna be out. It won't be them. And I wonder if we would even recognize precisely what that other half was about. But it really wouldn't be them. And if it's allowed, which the only way it could happen is if it were allowed to happen, which is what I suspect. And here's a problem with that. If it's allowed to happen, then that means the whole fucking thing's ripped up. And so I would imagine something like that happening in these times, we would be wondering, where is the road? Where is the authority? Why is this going on so long? And that's exactly how people felt in the first one. And then when you look and realize that there were provocateurs, European, in the first American before, like for instance, England. The Confederate, and that there were provocateurs the first time around with interest because other countries going, yeah, rip themselves apart.
There's always provocateurs everywhere in history.
Yeah.
That's how stuff gets done.
You've really got to watch it. And this is going to, I mean, this might be, if you make Ian, if you can make copies and they'll play like on a DVD, or a PS5 or whatever, and they'll play, and you know that they'll play. I would rather, if you make copies, then then please send that. But I'm not going to tell you, hey, take a fucking valuable gift. Send it to me. I can't, dude. I have to refuse that. You can make copies though, and where the hell you're finding to do it with? Only Fulci does. He has all the disc drive.
Fulci has a lot of movies.
Yeah. No, it's by the boatloads, me, and I still don't have storage for all. Just boatloads. There's some good shit in there, but then there's a lot of like, Fulci, why would I watch this? 17 again, whatever.
16 Candles is pretty good.
I can't stand that movie. Are you kidding me? No, never mind. Wait, Candles is okay. It's pretty in pink though.
Yeah, they're different. Then there's Breakfast Club is similar in a way. That's the same group of actors.
What's the one with Ducky? Pretty pink, right?
Yeah, that's not the Asian exchange student. That's for sure.
I can't stand whichever the one that has the character Ducky.
Long Duck Dong is in 16 Candles.
Long what?
Long Duck Dong.
Long Duck Dong.
Yep.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Is that the guy that what's his face called him Wang Chung?
It might be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty sure. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? The asshole principal or whatever from Breakfast Club.
I think, because they're all kind of into the same movie, like a few movies together.
Yeah. No, Ducky not from Land Before Time. Kelsey loves those movies. I bought her the entire box set one time. They kind of went way downhill in quality as they could. And there's like 24,000 of those movies. I remember the Pizza Hut deal when I was a kid. It might have been 1990 or 91. I remember there was a Land Before Time Pizza Hut deal. Pizza Hut used to have kids meals and give you toys, and
they did. They had theme stuff. They had that box. You got a pan pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, a toy and a drink. And,
personal pan pizza. Pizza Hut had the most ballin' kids meals of any. In my hand to the sky right now, to God. Pizza Hut had the craziest deals for kids out of any of them, because they also had that crazy when the Ninja Turtles is going to date me, because then fucking Xers like you are going to sit here, and then treat me like I'm a baby. And I'm about to be 40. No, I'm not a baby. It's fucking old.
Huh.
But the Ninja Turtles did a fucking rock and roll album.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And they gave it you got it at Pizza Hut?
Yeah.
Like the mini size?
Yeah, and that wasn't all.
What else
No,
did you
they'd
get?
get the cassette. You'd get the cassette.
Okay.
Or a CD. If you could pay extra, I think you'd even get a CD.
For like $1
And it was
more.
Yeah, you can watch a YouTube of this entire ordeal when the Ninja Turtles went on a rock and roll tour, and it's the dumbest it's dumb as paint. But that wasn't all. They also gave you a rubber Ninja Turtles mask.
Really?
Yeah.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah. It was a good deal. It was like high quality shit. and they did The Land Before Time. They gave you puppets of the dinosaurs from Land Before Time. I remember that one.
I just like those old glasses, the big tall ones that have the carrot. You know, they put the ink on them that never comes off even till today in the dishwasher.
That's right. Yeah. I have the Star Wars ones from Burger King. But we don't drink out of them. Well, I used to drink out of them. My mother-in-law, who I would think wouldn't give a shit,
Right.
over last year, and then she's like, I don't know how she noticed or picked up on it. I don't even know how she noticed, but she's looking in the cabinet, and then I hear her from across the room, coming from the kitchen. I was in the living room. I hear her go, holy shit, you guys aren't drinking out of this. Aren't you drinking out of these fucking glasses? And I'm like, what ones? And she's like, these fucking Star Wars glasses in here. Are you guys drinking out of these? Are you stupid?
Oh, she knows what they're worth or what?
She just assumed that they had to be worth something.
Yeah. I don't know if they are not. Some of the cups I've seen are, they're
worth $40 a pop.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's rich people out there drinking regular $40 glasses and wine. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Good evening, Billy.
What's up, Billy? The ones from Nuke, the 70s and 80s Star Wars ones from BK weren't plastic. They're definitely glass.
I have a Popeyes one I got the other day.
I've never seen one peel.
I haven't either. There was a baked, I think it's like a baked on enamel. I don't know the term exactly, but
it's something. I mean, it has to be, because I've never seen one peel. Obviously, they can scratch.
But they're good. They're good. They're amazing for to give out at restaurants like that nowadays compared to what you get. You know.
Oh, it's crap.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get anything like that.
Nope.
McDonald's doesn't do. They don't even do a full Halloween pail. Have you seen like the pails that they do now?
No, is it like a mini version? Everything's mini. That's the craze.
Yeah.
So they're making it mini now, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
And they don't have handles on them anymore.
They don't have handles on them.
No, what's the fucking point of a Halloween pail without a proper handle on it?
What are you gonna use both hands and hold it out?
Yeah, it's just a flat fin on the top in the shape of the arch.
Huh.
You wouldn't really be able to sensibly carry it around. And they're too small to hold a reasonable amount of candy as well.
Well, now they're doing adult Happy Meals too.
No.
They've been doing it for the last couple of years.
This is what I'm telling you, millennials. This is what the fuck is wrong with fucking millennials.
I've seen it. They have adult Happy Meals. And what was it? There's been a few.
There's too many millennials out there who are like, I'm living my best life right now.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Yeah. And it's cringy as shit. Like, you could do both, right?
That's
you could be a childish fucking moron and pay your dues to civilization at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm. But some of them sit there at home in mom's basement and whine that the world's too bad and they claim PTSD or this or that and they can't do anything. And oh God.
Well, and then that's the other thing when they talk about their PTSD and their anxiety, they do that all the time too.
And we should preface that with there are people that do have things that do cause it, but the majority of people have not gone through.
That's what makes me mad. I got it. That's what pisses me off. Is that they're all, and it doesn't stop me. My wife has it real bad. It doesn't stop me. It certainly does. It doesn't stop her.
Right.
And that's one of the practically the sole reason why we connected, because it's really hard to believe somebody when they say I've got anxiety or I've got PTSD, and then because people throw that shit around, especially millennials are like,
Yeah, it's thrown around too much. It's not taken serious because it's thrown around so much. That's, I guess, the point of it. That
the tell
overdiagnosed.
Yeah, the tell is when you ask them what causes their anxiety or their PTSD, and then they tell you something really general or something that just doesn't line up, and you're like, no, that doesn't. What, you're fucking because your cat died last year? What the fuck are you talking about?
Or I don't know, like some people, I don't like to be around. I don't like to drive. That's a whole nother thing. But never mind. I was gonna get.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like to drive.
I don't either. I really don't. If I had a choice, I wouldn't drive. But I also don't like. Yes, I'd rather drive. I get nervous when certain people drive, and I can't relax much.
I took out the check. I'm pretty sure I bent the frame.
Oh boy.
What's on a Dodge? I'm not even sure. What's the fucking big black?
Say it's a Nitro. It's the one Billy was supposed to get vegan. Is it a Dodge Nitro?
We had a van.
Caravan?
No, it was a van. It wasn't a Caravan. What the fuck was this thing? It's not Monterey. Is it Monterey? It's been years since we had this. Had the climate control bullshit, all this. We had a black van. I mean, it was.
So it was like a conversion van.
Yeah, it wasn't like an Astra. Like that.
No, like a real van. We had one. In the back could be a couch, and there's like captain's chairs and fancy shit and stuff.
Yeah, I'm so stupid. I hit a dead man's curve and it's a literal dead man's curve, as in a guy not that long ago died on the same curve. He shot it. He shot the fucking curve. Not funny that happened, but it's funny that this is an actual dead man's curve. And because it's a complete 90 degree. Complete. I mean, you're talking about speed limit, a road that averages out to about a speed limit of 40 or 45. And then there's a full-blown 90 degree.
Holy cow.
Yeah. I need you to understand that I'm not exaggerating. It is it might be more than 90. It is an absolute 90 degree turn. And continues on. And so anyway, I bent the fucking frame, bent the chassis, fucked up the axles, whole fucking everything, fucked everything up, just making this turn. Because you can't hit it at 15, apparently.
I shouldn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it happens, I guess, but it's not recommended if you're listening.
Well, I couldn't get a hold of this van. I could never,
They're hard to handle. The thing isn't designed to hug the road, nor is it aerodynamic, and nor the weight distributed really great.
Right.
Especially if you have people in it besides you. Then.
Oh, and I did. I have a whole family in it, and I'm driving.
Oh, God. All right, keep talking. I have to go to I'm going to take a van break over here again. This sounds like a good story. Continue.
I mean, well, that's the story. I slowed down.
Yeah, but what was your punishment?
My punishment was the fucking had to go and take the thing repaired, and then it never was right.
But were you never allowed to drive a car again?
No.
Or the van? When you got it back, did you drive it again?
I wasn't never allowed to drive again. It's just the van was fucked, and we had to spend money fixing it. And then it was still not quite right, because once you fucking bend the frame, it's never going to be right.
No, I had that problem once. Yeah, that's true. Is there anything that's happened interesting or adventures? Anything interesting about the van when you had it alone?
No, that would have been my Civic.
Oh, well, that sounds like that has 4 wheels. Same thing.
If you're trying to walk away, walk away.
Do what?
If you're trying to walk away right and do something real quick, then walk away.
No, I am, but I wanted to see if there's any van stories. Usually, there's always a good story with like somebody with a van. Trust me.
Yeah, if you're asked, dude, I'm a family man. What do you think I did with this fucking van? I went to Burning Man.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I was all packed up on super male vitality. What I do, I take a bunch of super male vitality, and then I get in a minivan, and I just run roughshod, hitting all the dead man's curves in a minivan, jacked up on super male vitality, Ambrose Bierce epigrams.
Super male vitality.
Yeah. No, I didn't have the hatchback, dude. That would have been fine. No, I bought mine in the ghetto. Mine didn't have any handles on the doors. I had the popper. I had the remote popper on the fob, but you can only open the doors with the fob. No handles. Ghetto fucking mobile.
How many doors? 2 or 4?
4.
4.
Yeah.
What color were the wheels?
No, it might have been. No, it was 4. It was 4 for sure. What color were the wheels? What are you talking about? They're black.
They're black. Okay. Well, sometimes people have the silver. They put on other hubcaps. You know what I mean and stuff.
It had a nice little set of rims on it. It was a green Civic, and eventually threw a rod. I didn't do that, by the way. I won't say who did it. It wasn't Kelsey. I won't say who did it. But threw a rod at a really bad time.
Oof. That kind of shuts you down.
We were on the freeway.
Oof.
Yeah. Thank God there was a NC HP. Just happened to be very close. Just happened to be like probably 3 cars behind us. Stopped to help. My youngest was there, and it was really hot. And he immediately stopped to help. We were watched by God. Because then he's like, "Let me get the kid. Let me put the kid in my car because it's hot."
Right.
And me and Kelsey were stuck for a while. We had to and then we ran into these good Samaritans who paid for our tow truck ride and all this shit. It was bizarre. A completely anonymous person dropped $500 to get it back home.
Oh my God, just a stranger?
Yeah. Perfect stranger. We will never know.
Huh.
Perfect stranger. They had noticed us. I think they noticed that we had a kid with us, you know? Probably were just like, "Look at that. These poor people. They got a kid and everything."
Well, there's still some good people out there. And if they have the ability to do it, and they, you know?
Yeah, really very generous benefactors that happened to notice us at the record place. And then we still had another 40 minutes to home. And they paid for the rest of our way home and the transport of the car, and all of it. It's just wild that somebody was that cool.
That is
And I'll
crazy.
never know who they were. See, that's that thing. It's like that Ambrose Bierce epigram. What's up, Kurt? It's like that Ambrose Bierce epigram. It's the same thing about generosity, of expecting. Don't expect gratitude. You do it because you do it,
Good evening, Kirk.
They did it completely anonymously.
Yeah, they weren't on YouTube.
Nah, exactly. They weren't on Facebook or YouTube or Instagram or whatever. They saw a family and they were in there. How much is that? We got it. We don't care how much it is. We got it. Those people look like they've had a bad enough day. We really did. A horrible day. My only car. And my dad had bought it for me. When I went completely fucking broke. And because I had just escaped from Chicago. And I had nothing.
That's a good term.
What?
Escaped from Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's exactly what it was. Exactly what it was. I've talked about that too many times, man. When I escaped, it was legitimate. it was escape because I had a baby and there was fucking gang warfare in my neighborhood.
Never.
Maniac Latin Disciple, MLD, and I don't know who the fuck else, anybody else really. Vice Lords, Counts, like MLD was
Black
causing
Gorilla
this shit.
Family.
I never heard of that shit before.
That's a very major gang, but they own a lot of car dealerships too. But they're just all black, by the way. You can't probably get invited in. Gamma says the fire is picking up. Oh, Gamma, we'll keep you in our prayers, everybody. Gamma, there's a fire close to her home.
Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior, please protect Gamma and her home loved ones from the fire, and maintain that she is only able to see it and not have to experience it any further. Thank you in Jesus' name. Pray. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, Ian's right too. If it gets too close, you gotta get the fucks out, Gamma. For real. Oh man, I'll never forget the sound of that Civic throwing the fucking rods, man. And then after that I had a Suzu Rodeo.
Oh, those can be fun.
It was fun. But then transmission went bad in that. And I learned quickly there was no point in replacing the transmission in a fucking Suzu Rodeo.
Did you have the 2-door? There was a two. No, that was in a Zuzu Amigo. The Rodeo had 4 doors. Yeah.
When I was a kid, my brother, that was his first car, was a Blue Amigo.
And you could take this. Some of them had like they had a soft top, right? Some of them. I don't know for sure.
They did.
And was that down south?
Canvas, and then the with the fucking with the rubber windows.
And then
Whatever the fuck.
Plexicon. Yeah, there's some weird name for that, but it is.
Yeah. I remember that, and it had a certain smell to it.
Like chemicals?
Yeah, that's when you'd smell those chemicals.
As you're driving around, you're thinking you have an exhaust leak. Nope, it's just the fucking plastic windows.
That's what my family had, and then it was a hand-me-down from my brother. My sister had a Gremlin. No. It was Chevette.
Oh, I know that car. Yep.
I watched her crack into a half. True story. I watched my older sister. She's your age.
Mm-hmm.
I watched her crash straight. So it was late at night. I was supposed to be in bed. And I was looking out the window because I loved my sister. I still love my sister. You know, it sounds like I don't anymore by saying it that way. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I know.
I loved my sister. And so I always waited up for her at night. Because my brother gave me no comfort, okay?
He did not let you sleep easy, did he?
I didn't want him anywhere near. Didn't want me anywhere near. He offered me no comfort. But we were too close in age. But my sister, 10 years older than me, so she like my second mom. So I would wait up for her. My mom worked the night shift. She was a night nurse. And she was never home at night, which for a child who's like scared of shit, that's sucks. And we already lived in we lived in a haunted house. And I would wait for my sister to get home, and I'd get real anxious when she wasn't. And she was a teenager, she's 10 years older than me. So when I was 3, she was 13. I was 8. She was 8. And she was out getting high, doing like early 90s Gen X teenager shit.
Oh boy, that can be trouble.
Yeah, she was going on raves.
You could take a whole bottle of never mind. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened in the 90s. You didn't know as much as you do nowadays because of the internet about certain things.
Yeah.
So it was a dangerous time back then.
Yeah, no, I got a sister, Ian. I got a sister, man.
He really does, Ian.
She would be out partying. I was gonna try and set her up with you, Five Banger. I still would. But it ain't gonna happen. Trust me, you don't. She's having a midlife crisis right. She's hanging out with fucking hippie. I'm not even gonna get into it. She's going to like these art communes and shit. But in another reality, yeah.
Asian slave will be mad. You can't do that.
In another world, I'd be like, yeah, Five Banger. Gotta get you together with my sister.
In another universe, time and place.
Yeah, but so like, I was sitting up waiting for her to come. I was 7 years old, and I remember very specifically. I was watching Dr. Rule too. I was watching Dr. Rule when this happened. I was nervous that it was a little late. She still wasn't home. I was a little ass boy, so I didn't understand that she had needs too, and she's a teenager and she needs to be out there with her friends, smoking weed, and you know what I mean, doing whatever,
Doing that kind of stuff.
doing teenager. I was always like bothering her, like, where have you been?
She's like, I was in the graveyard tonight. And you're like, oh, you were smoking weed. Sweet.
Yeah, no, I could see the graveyard.
Ooh.
I could see the graveyard from my window, but so I trust me, I knew she wasn't there. I did not want to look at the graveyard through my window, by the way. That was one of the reasons why I would get scared.
Was it ever foggy in the graveyard, like on occasion?
Yeah. You're asking me this because I think you've already heard that one thing, aren't you?
Mm-mm.
No?
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
The documentary that I never did, that I recorded the audio for, but I never did the graphics for it because I realized I couldn't do it without doxing. I don't care about doxing myself, but I can't dox.
Right. I never heard that.
I can't dox cops, and there were cops involved, and that would have been doxed. So I was like, this is a bit that I can't do.
Well, at least you got to do an investigation for yourself, though.
Yeah, the fog would roll over. It was a little hill. Have I never told it publicly, have I?
Mm-mm.
Nuke, did I ever tell this story on my channel? Because the reason why I wouldn't have, I was going to do a big thing about it, but I've realized I can't ever do it. So I don't have.
Good
I don't have a
evening,
problem
Mel.
telling the story now. Did I ever tell the story about my in Nashville there was the graveyard there.
The graveyard smash.
There was a development.
Poltergeist.
A development surrounding the graveyard that dated a brand new development graveyard dated 850. That's not normal.
Oh yeah, Nuke said yes.
Yeah, I'm sure I.
Oh, I know this story too. Yeah, but you can tell us again. Nuke says.
Nuke's being sarcastic. Are you being sarcastic, Nuke? Because you are.
Just pretend it's Halloween and almost July. It's a spooky tale.
Tell it at length. I'm starting to feel gross. I'm gonna have to go to bed soon, but I do want to about my sister. I was scared one night and waiting for her to come home, and finally I see her Chevette hauling ass around sack, and she shot the and I just watched her Chevette go straight into a house under construction and take the whole fucking thing.
We only laugh because we know she's still alive. So.
Yeah. Well, you can totally laugh.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm screaming at the window, and I'm like, oh, I thought I just watched my sister.
Right.
And then I see her get out of the car and come out of the rubble of the house, and she's dancing around, freaking out. It's like watching a silent movie, like Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah,
She's
she's
so
just,
far
her
away.
arms are probably moving around. She's screaming her hands, going up and down like a puppet.
Yeah, she's a football field away. But our house was on top of a hill, and in this house under construction was like a football field away. So it's completely silent. I heard the boom. I heard that. But other than that, I see her getting out of the car, just jumping up and down, fucking waving her hands. And so like she was. This happened very recently. This was just over last Christmas dinner. She brought the story and was trying to make a joke in front of my in-laws and shit, and say, Ty got me in trouble. He's the one that he said he brought it up. He was only 7, and then it was him that got me in trouble. And my mother quickly fucking correct, and she goes, he didn't get you in trouble. You ran into a fucking house. Do you not understand that we would have known that it was you anyway because you ran into a fucking house?
Like she took out the, how far was the house built? Was it already like stuccoed or bricked?
Listen, I'm already doxxed. Hold on. You said don't dox yourself. With the LOL, whatever. Yeah, well, you could do it now. I already got doxxed. If I ain't nobody fucking on someone else has 250 whatever thousand subscribers, and then they fucking say my name, then that's the coop is flown. So
Where did she go through the wall? Like, how far was this house built? There, you said they're under construction, but like, how far were they built? Like, how much devastation happened in front of your eyes?
that most of the house came down.
But was it sheetrocked and everything yet, or was it like just the frame kind of basically was up?
Frame.
Okay. Oh my God, that's even worse to watch.
Yeah, they had a little bit of the tie-back paper and shit up.
So it's like you're watching the bones break. Just anyway.
Yeah, she took that fucker down.
Oh God.
I don't even know what happened with that. You would think. Shit.
You should ask her next time you talk to her, and then update us.
I'm not sure that she knows. I think that my stepdad was a man of influence, is what I'm thinking there with that one.
We just got chalked up to like vandalism and insurance the construction. Yeah.
On the funds. But her explanation for it was that she had her Dr. Pepper spilled and she was trying to grab it.
Oh my God. How messed up was the car? Did she drive it out of there and get it back out?
Oh no. No, it was total. She fucked up the chassis, the undercarriage, all gouged up. Because like when she went through a few beams and ended up stuck on a bunch of rebar or something stuck on it. Fucked up, totaled the thing. She survived. She didn't even have any broken bones. I'll tell you what, a fucking piece of glass on that shit. Again, I freaked out, dude. I thought I just watched.
I can only imagine she goes in and everything falls down and breaks and all for Dr. Pepper.
She came running up the driveway into the house. She was telling me not to tell anybody. And then as soon as my mom got home in the morning, I told her.
Did she just go look out the window and go,
Yeah. Well, no, she noticed it on the way in because the fucking Chevette is sitting there.
With a fallen down house, probably.
Fucking Chevette sitting there with a halfway through a house under construction with damn tie-back paper, fucking beams laying all over it.
The paper's probably flapping in the wind. The paper from the tie back.
I don't know what she thought she was gonna do. Wait till daybreak and go get some fucking brush to like try and pull
Yeah, what would you do? I'm gonna hide it.
Yeah.
It got stolen, Mom.
Yeah. Nah, but that neighborhood was haunted as fuck.
Was it? Yeah, that was the one that was
Full blown.
on
And I don't.
unholy grounds.
Yeah, and I hate people who sensationalize ghosts. I always like when someone is talking about. Not all the time, but much of the time when somebody's talking about a haunted, I tend to go like, yeah, okay, buddy. Which is really hypocritical because they're not, on the other side of my hand, it's like, well, I mean, yeah, fucking, we had a poltergeist. Literal poltergeist. Well, then why should I expect anybody to believe me? Other people talk about it, and I go, yeah, right.
How old were you guys in that? What was the age group of the children in the house for the poltergeist incident?
When we first moved into the house, I was 4 to 14. When we moved, I was 9, so 9 to 19.
Okay. That's about the right age range.
But there were two poltergeist incidents in the same room, which was the kitchen, across a couple of years. And both times, my stepdad came out locked and loaded with a gun.
Yeah, because they do physical shit, like gets thrown off of shelves or noises or loud. Yeah. You think it's a human doing it.
He was a federal agent. And so when this happened, he didn't think, oh, ghosts.
Right.
We went into lockdown. He came out there with I won't say. He came out with a pew and with a special, very intimidating pew.
Pew pew.
Oh, this is about the driest you're ever gonna get me, man. I'm so tired and like nauseous because I've been up since 5:30 a.m. But I'll tell it.
Tell it and then get some sleep. And then, but plus, baby got his walk yet or not?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He came out with a pew, and because everybody woke up and I came out of the dark, and then he's coming out of the darkness, and he had a pistol grip shotgun. That is the most detail I'll give. And he fucking pumped that thing one time. I remember, man, I'll never. That's things you don't forget for 500, Alex. It was definitely that.
A racking sound, yeah.
It happened twice. It was probably equally scary both times, but the first time that ever happened, yeah. When you realize that your own dad, your own stepdad could have just blown your fucking head off.
You know that sound is one of the most psychological. Well, it's in the top. Just sounds without even knowing what that is. That racking of a shotgun is a very psychologically disturbing sound. If not even know what a shotgun is, that just sound. They've done studies, and it's yeah.
Yeah. It's a loud, very characteristic sound, and especially when you just heard the kitchen explode, and you come out of your little bedroom with your little fucking Sesame Street wallpaper and shit, your little very small, and then the first thing you see is, man, it was terrifying, and he had a look in his eyes like I've not ever seen before or since. He had a specific look in his eyes. It was like he wasn't there, man. He had left his own body or something. He went into this mode. I mean, he was in Vietnam, I figure, but there's something in his face. Like, he had fucking saliva coming out of his mouth.
Surprise and shock.
And his eyes were just dead. And he had saliva come out of his mouth. He had this pistol grip. He had the shotgun. And that was the first thing I saw. I had to wait. My mom was behind him, and then so we had to wait at the top of the steps, and he went down into the dark, and he didn't turn the lights on the whole time, which I didn't understand as a kid. And I understand it now. I know it was very smart of him to do. He didn't turn any of the lights on. He went down there in utter fucking dark. And he was clearing rooms. Because if you've got an invader in the home, you want to catch them. Don't alert them to you. Right? But I didn't understand as a kid that he was moving through the dark. And not saying anything. My mom clearly must have known the routine. He must have schooled her on it because I would go to say that she kept her hand over my mouth. And I just remember standing there quiet at the top of the steps and just staring down in the darkness, having no idea what was, other than that it was deadly quiet throughout the. He was down there with fucking pew. And probably about 5 minutes, felt like forever. Probably 5, 10 minutes later, I saw come on, and then he yelled out my mother's name. So she went down there and she told me to stay up the steps, and I held on to her nightgown, and behind her, I was so scared she wasn't going to go anywhere. And go into the kitchen. Fucking cabinets were all open. Every last cabinet open. All the drawers were open. Pans were all over the floor. She had a collection of tins, aluminum tins, or tins, vintage tins, I guess.
Yeah, like the food came in and stuff.
Tin boxes. No, they were decorative tins. Chinese ones with rose designs on them.
Oh, like just collectible boxes with designs.
Yeah, she gave me the most memorable one. I have it in my house, but that was one of the tins. All the tins, which were up on top of the cabinetry, were all also off. Which you'd have to get on a fucking step to get up there and repaint. They were all scattered all over the floor. He had one tin with dried rose petals in it. And the rose petals were all over the kitchen. And the skillets, I remember all the skillets were out. And they had been launched across the floor, and a couple of them were on the counter. And then not all of our plate, but all of the plate from one of the cabinets. So we had this skinny side cabinet where that's where all of our regular china was. And the fine china was in the cabinet next to it. All the regular china, that every one on the plate was broken.
All of them?
Absolutely all of them. There's probably about 12 in there. Because it was a stack. I remember how tall that stack of plates was.
What happens with the poltergeist, the energy builds up so much, and then there's one huge just explosion of energy just bursting out, at least from my understanding.
I mean, yeah, I've heard about that.
So, but I'm assuming there wasn't a bunch of weird stuff always going on. This just happened at one time.
Well, it happened twice, but okay. Yes, it was all at one time.
Yeah.
It happened on 2 occasions, on 2 separate evenings. Once when I was 7. Once when I was 6, and then once again when I was 8. And the second time that it happened, I don't remember as much about as the first time.
That first time was pretty. Yeah, you wouldn't forget it as a kid, especially, or as an adult either. But
I don't have any memory. I'm told that happened twice, but I only remember the first time, which I guess makes enough sense, because it's that takes up space in my brain. If it happened again, then I don't remember it because the first time was so fucking wild. Or maybe the memory of both are mixed as well, you know? I can imagine how that would happen too, but I remember it. It was, it happened very quickly. The racket, you know? It lasted probably not longer than 10 seconds, but that's a long 10 seconds for a little kid.
Ooh, that's a long 10 seconds for anybody. It's like an explosion, not.
It was,
You know what I mean.
was, sounded precisely like, here's my real Skinny's real poltergeist experience. Here's what I can tell you, actual poltergeist. It sounded exactly like someone was on a rant, was very angry. Like if a guy gets drunk and decides to flip shit and tear the kitchen apart.
Right. Like an aggressive outburst of anger and rage.
Yeah. It is literally, it's an angry sound. That's the scariest part about it. Because there's no way to know that that's not a person. On the hearing end of that in the middle of the night in your house, and this is happening downstairs, it is absolutely calls for get up with a pew pew. And it was, and we had two dogs. We had an American Eskimo and a highly illegal half wolf, half German Shepherd.
Oh.
Yeah, he was wrong. He had shit wrong with him.
But it was probably good a lot of the time.
Yeah, he was good when I was little, but when he got older, he tried to kill me a few times.
I've heard tales of this with a coyote.
Yeah, they snap when they get older.
Just happens.
Yeah. But we let him live out his days, even after he tried to kill me. I didn't hate him after he tried to kill me. I still cried for him when he died, you know what I mean? Right. He's fucked in the head, major. And he's real funny. He had Pargo, which all go
Oh, that's
crazy over.
bad. Yeah. That's not good.
Yeah. So we had an American Eskimo and we had a Shepherd Wolf mixed, and they were going nuts. They lived in the garage, and so the garage was right next to the kitchen. Okay.
Right next. You can walk into the kitchen from the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're on the other side of the garage door, not the garage door for cars, but the one end of the house, right?
Right.
And Major, the half shepherd wolf,
Mm-hmm. The hybrid.
he had a real low bark. It was monster sound, okay? I can't even do it without waking somebody up. It was
Good
bassy.
evening, Mopar Man.
That dog had some fucking bass. It was very bassy when he would bark. And he was just a big fuck. He was ugly. His eyes glowed in the dark. He had a tough, his back, he had the arch in his back. Like a wolf. His genetics were all fucked. He was a cute puppy. He was an ugly dog. And in the early, he was young then, this dog. And he didn't bark all the time unless there was actually something, okay? He didn't bark at nothing. And he was killing rabbits all day because we had him on a chain in the yard all day, on a long chain that he could run around. And he would just kill rabbits all day long, all fucking day. There's so many dead rabbits out there. So he had enough fun. He didn't bark at nothing. When he barked, it was he barking at something. And he was going off, and then the American Eskimo was a female. They had babies together. Can you imagine? We couldn't keep them.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
No, we didn't keep them. But this was this, and she was a one-eyed American Eskimo named Major and barking. clang, cabinet slam, sounding like someone taking a whole armful of pots and pans and angrily sliding them across a counter, throwing them onto the floor. Just the angriest shit. And I woke up to this. Everyone in the house woke up. Me, my brother, my sister was in college. She was either away at camp or in college. She was not home. And if she would have been fucking terrified because her room was over the garage, right next to the kitchen. She would have been separated, you know, from safety from us. She would have been closest. The invader, if it had been an invader, she would have been closest to it.
Right.
And so when I got down there and then saw what had happened, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. It's funny, you know, the mind of a child, because kids believe in monsters and ghosts and shit, but because of that sound and what that was like, it's hard, even as a little kid, just you only have one thing in mind, which is there's a fucking madman in the kitchen tearing it apart. There's a someone has broken into the house. My dad's down there with a gun. That's all I could think when we got into the kitchen, and all that shit, all the pots and pans, all the plates broke. The rose petals were everywhere. The dried rose petals just spilled. I mean, it was a fucking disaster.
It's worse than a burglary from what I've seen pictures of them.
Well, in a burglary, they'll take shit.
Well, I'm just saying, like, they don't usually, unless they're looking for valuables, right? But they usually just don't break all your shit and rip.
Yeah. At least in a burglary, then someone got some use out of it.
Right.
But there's valuables smashed all over the fucking place, and I remember exactly the moment that I knew that something was not right. I remember exactly, and it was because of my mother. Is she's saying to him, my stepdad, she's saying, "Who was down here? Who was down? What was it? Who was down here?" And he just gave her a cop look. And he said very simply, "There's nobody down here." And she made a sound that made me realize it was her reaction that scared me. They should have just told me it was a fucking burglar got in. You know what I mean? Trashed the fucking and got out. They should have told me that.
That'd have been better.
He said there was nobody down here. I'll never forget it. My mother goes, she kind of paused for a second and she clutched her chest and she goes, oh. But yeah, she like shuddered. And for some reason, my blood ran cold when I heard her make that fucking sound. I immediately got it. I immediately knew. No one had to say a fucking thing. I knew exactly what I knew. I was like, oh my God. Fucking ghost.
Thank God it was only twice and not in between, and footsteps, and you can't sleep, and you know, it's horrible.
There was so much other shit. I told you I was gonna a feature about this because I ended up doing the history of the house. Many years later. And then when I did, and this was gonna be my content, fucking boys in here would have loved it. I got into it with that historical society. They were threatening me. They were leaving threatening fucking messages on my voicemail. Not like, hey, we're gonna break your fucking legs. Not like that type of shit. But they, you know, the way that women in a historical society will threaten you the best they can anyway. They were leaving threatening messages on my cell phone for poking around about it. And I was like, this is so insane. I'm going to have to do a program on it. I was just curious about my childhood. I didn't realize it was like this. Holy fuck. These ladies are crazy. So I'll tell a part of it now that I would have never been able to tell on a YouTube talk. and go mainstream, but like, I want to know, boys, are you listening right now?
Let's see if they're paying attention.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna cast pearls before swine. Nuke, what is Nuke deleting?
Billy.
Yeah, workers are tapping the screen. I need to see like, whatever.
It's about a 6 to 10 second delay.
All right. Well, I'll just say what the fuck I'll say, and if anybody's listening, you know what?
They can, yeah, they're out a good story if they don't listen. So
I know. Yeah, you're missing because I'm not. I probably won't tell this again.
maybe,
This kind of,
maybe only on Halloween you should tell the story.
I got other shit. Oh, we got a huge Halloween this year.
That's gonna be awesome.
I don't need to. But so there was this guy that owned the market, the local grocery store. It was an upscale but privately owned small grocery store. Okay? In that town when I was a kid, in the neighborhood, suburb of Nashville. And so this place is called Bellevue, Tennessee. It's a suburb of Nashville. Today, rich people live there. They got the guy that's president of BET lives there. Some footballers live there. Guys from the Titans. And it's a rich people neighborhood now. It's like the Boca Raton of Nashville. Okay, so I've never said this before, and I'm not going to say it again because I trust you boys, but I wouldn't be able to put this in front of hundreds of thousands of people without it actually becoming maybe more trouble than it really would. But because this would be great content, but I can't. It'd be the kind that would just get me into trouble. So the town is called Bellevue, Bellevue, and holy shit, Kirk, that's crazy. So when we moved there, it was a brand new development. They're more or less, Bellevue wasn't much. And I had thought that Bellevue was a new town because it kind of has that type of name, don't it, Five Banger?
Bellevue? It's either historical or it's a new a suburb outside of the city.
Exactly. You get it.
Mm-hmm. It's an all-American kind of little ma, pa, just the good old folks live there.
Right. And we were saved from poverty by my stepdad when he married my mom. And so the first thing he did was move us into this beautiful brand new house in a brand new neighborhood in a suburb of Nashville, Bellevue. Well, the oldest thing it seemed in the town that I knew about was my school. Other than that, it seemed like not much of a town. I never noticed how old it actually was.
So it's just mostly residences?
Yeah, there was an old mill, so it sits on the Harpeth River. It was a huge, big river in Nashville area, out in the Cumberland. And, I see that there. I see there. Just in case, why would we not want to? Why does everyone in Bellevue knows? Yeah, right? Everyone does have a Bellevue. Every state. There's Bellevue in every state in this fucking nation, isn't there? So, yeah, and there's the nut house that Nuke's talking about, also Bellevue. Bellevue's like a cook's name, dude.
Good evening, Debbie.
So, Debbie is a fucking real one.
Mm-hmm.
Debbie, I was just explaining to everyone else earlier, sorry, I'm not trying to hijack Five Bangers, but his stream.
We're going to do a CB Walker one tomorrow night now. So this is good.
my stream I couldn't do because of baby reasons. So, but I'm trying, and we got another vid coming out soon. So, Five Bangers allowing me to tell this story,
It's a good one. Listen up.
and it's only Miz exclusive because I won't do it on my own channel. But so yeah, so there was an old mill near us, like a water with the water wheel and shit, that type of mill. And I remember it. But when you're a kid, you don't understand how old shit is. I guess you just don't have a way to gauge how old anything is, except for on field trips, because they would take us to plantations all the time. Because there's a lot around Nashville still to this day.
They probably had the little plaque on the door that said the date, and they said this house was built in blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I never knew that where we lived was historic at all, and it was just like a really nice place. Kirk knows. It was just, and again, we're coming out of so quick. So here's something as well. Neither of us would hide this. For fuck's sake, she doxed me on our channel once again. So let me tell you. So about Brittany, Alexis. She's not like some fucking YouTuber that I've latched onto that I do work for, for whatever. No. She, like, her mother and my mother, they were protecting each other at times when they didn't have husbands and were practically homeless. So, like, if you can imagine two single mothers working together to raise their kids all together, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, it was that type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
So she was a baby. Her mom had to go somewhere for a while. She was living in, she stayed in this house that I'm talking, this house as a baby.
Maybe she brought something with her.
No.
All right.
She could bring nothing with her. No, this place has a bad history that I never knew until I was already 30. I knew you guys before I knew the history of this place. I told you I had taken my newfound research powers I had been working on and decided to turn them on my own history, and found it was probably the most disturbing story I could have found. And when we first moved into the house, it seemed so brand spanking fucking new that there couldn't be anything threatening about it. It was a brand new house. All the houses in the neighborhood were brand fucking new. The only thing weird about it was that there was, what size was the house, Ian? So it was, let me count. So it was definitely a 2-bath. It was a 3-bath. So let me count the bedrooms. There's my room, my brother's room, my parents' room, giant ass room. My sister had a carriage house over the garage, so that'd technically be 4-bedroom. 4-bedroom, 3-bath. It was pretty big. It was in neo-colonial style. The land, right, Debbie's correct. The land, not new. The land had a history to it. And bloody history to it. And I did not know this my whole life until I decided to actually look into it. And I had my channel and knew you guys before I decided to do this and look and figure out what was that. And it all came to me through the cemetery. That's how I figured all this out. It was just to start researching because what was there with this development was a cemetery. And to any child, a graveyard visible from your front windows of your house is not friendly at all.
No, it's not. That's not something most kids look forward to. And if they do enjoy that, that's interesting.
Yeah. My sister did, because she was a teenager. She was a goth.
Oh, God. She probably went to Hot Topic, got some black candles. And
No, it didn't have Hot Topic. And she went, no. Are you an Xer or not? You know that all goths.
We had a Hot Topic in the mall when I was in high school.
Well, my sister didn't go there. She went to the thrift store and bought like fucking funeral clothing and shit. She was like Victorian goth. She had the scrims over her. She wore the veils and shit. She was like Lydia Deetz from Beetlejuice. She would have like taffeta, black taffeta.
Oh my gosh.
She was wild with that shit.
That's funny. Do you ever have
And
pictures and teaser?
Yeah, I got pictures. She wanted to do a stream with me one time, and I told her, I'm like, you're too excited. You're too gassed up. You need to calm down before you do it.
Mm-hmm.
But she would love, she loves this shit. She likes bragging to people about my channel and stuff. But anyway, she was a goth. She loved the cemetery. I didn't want to go up. She would do the rubbings. She would go do grave rubbings. Because she had to walk the dog. And then I like to go, I couldn't be separated from my dog. I said these were better days. It wasn't insane.
Right.
I used to sleep with him on the floor in the bathroom. I would have him sleep in the bathroom with his little dog bed. And I would just like curl up against him and sleep. He was bigger than me. He was a big fuck. And I loved that dog. So I wouldn't let him go anywhere without me. So she'd go walk the dog. I'd walk with them. And then she'd start walking up the hill that cemetery.
Would she hang out in it?
Just to do rubbings. And sometimes she would sit on the bench writing her journal and shit.
All right.
I could see her because you could see it from the windows of the house.
Right, so you know she's lighting candles and stuff.
Oh, she definitely did that type of shit. She definitely did that shit. Her and her friends, she had 2 friends from school. They were a little group, a trio, making trouble and shit, crashing cars. And they were doing some of that, yeah. I caught them doing it. Scared the shit out of me. But, so who knows? I already know where you're going with that.
I'm not.
You're a great interviewer, by the way. I've always told you.
I'm not going anywhere, but it's just a question, that's all.
Yeah, because you're implying she was dragging shit around and she might have conjured shit.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I wasn't, but that's a good way to look at it, I guess. No, yeah. I didn't think that. But I was wondering, that's because I know during ages, a lot of energy and things are brought on by trauma, not even trauma, but just the pure,
yes,
just hormones and the energy levels and things attract. Yeah.
They say poltergeist activity tends to follow children,
yep.
Especially teen girls around.
Yeah, and it's
so. She would go up there and tell me, come on. And she would try to get me to beat my fear of the cemetery by looking at it in daylight. And it's not even proper to call it a cemetery. It was a graveyard.
What was it, like 100, just a small old graveyard?
There was only 25 or 30 graves.
Okay. Very
Tiny,
small. Yeah.
Like a literal boot hill.
Okay.
And she got me to go up there with her only one time that I can remember. And the stones are really old.
How'd she con you into going up there?
I don't know.
Probably promised you something.
Yeah. I don't know. I know that I went up there one time. Never went up there again. She got me to go up there one time. I was probably just trying to prove something to my sister, I guess. I'm a good boy. I won't be afraid. Whatever. But she wanted to do rubbings. She wanted me to go with her. She wanted to take pictures a lot and do photography.
Was she in class at school for that?
Yeah. Yeah, she had a Nikon.
Did you get to pose for her in the graveyard, like doing spooky hands and stuff?
She wanted me to sit on the bench, I remember. She used to tell me and say to my mom all the time that I was going to grow up and be a model.
Huh.
And it's, what's sad? I get the feeling I didn't meet her expectations. after a while, she stopped saying shit like that.
Oh god.
Yeah, she used to take pictures of me all the fucking time. Oh, he's my subject. He's my little subject. He's gonna be a fucking model. But
Oops.
she remember wanting me to sit on the bench, at a stone bench up there, just one. And maybe that was why, you know, who knows? But I went up there the one time. She wanted to show me how grave rubbings were done, and she would take. Which she gave me a kit. So it's kind of full circle how life works. A few years ago, she gave me 2.5 years ago, she gave me a kit right after I did the first Mysteries from Behind and Beyond. And she said, now go out there and go get all those graves that were relevant to that and go do the rubbings. And I did. And those are hanging up in our studio now.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Dr. Payne and Baxter doesn't have a stone, but the three men who shot and killed him did and do, and we have theirs. We have the rubbings of all the parties involved. They're all in frames, but over there in the studio with Celestial, who is now with Gabe, who is now Fran Clark. Yeah, he's, if anybody's ever wondering who Fran Clark is. So she was fucking around in that graveyard a lot. I was terrified of it. I didn't like to see it. I didn't like knowing it was there. The one time that I did go up there, I realized that the stones were all really old. And I could tell that. I mean, even a child can tell that. I was able to tell that. I was reading the numbers. Okay. And you know, those graves were from back like 1850, 1860. Mm-hmm. And it didn't make sense for there to be a brand new development neighborhood. Brand new. And no historic homes anywhere in the neighborhood that are older than 5 years old.
Like
and
history was erased.
Yeah, but right smack in the middle on a hill is an historic graveyard.
I bet you they tried to get that relocated before they built it and they didn't do it.
This was my thinking as I started to get older and look back, and that's one of the reasons why I started researching. So so that's not the case.
No.
But it obviously makes you suspicious, right? And then you go, poltergeist, come on, I've seen poltergeist. Don't tell me this is a poltergeist situation going on here. Like the movie Poltergeist.
No, yeah. I remember it's right in the middle and kind of outside of nowhere. The neighborhood.
Yeah. And so even as a kid, I knew that that doesn't make sense. And so like when you talk about, would it get foggy and shit? Well, actually, around springtime, Tennessee is very foggy, especially around the Nashville area, central.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very foggy. And a mist was always rolling for that little graveyard on the hill. And it just, broad daylight would scare the fuck out of me. Because you don't, just a foggy graveyard right across from your house is scary. Day or night. At nighttime, I couldn't see it. It was too dark. It was almost better at night. Because I couldn't see it.
Oh, it's not lit up at all, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, it's not staring. And so during the daytime, I had to walk to the bus stop to school with my brother. He would make fun of me because I wouldn't even look at him. He would grab him by the top of my head, trying to turn my head and make me look at this little graveyard. I was a little pussy. I'd start whining, crying like a little girl. I don't want to look. And so at night, so the first thing we've all as a family did together. Apparently, the first thing that started going on was my sister was having things go on with her in her room,
mm-hmm.
and that she was laying in her bed and listening to the Beatles, and she had a vinyl, she had a record player, and she had Beatles on wax, She had all these Beatles, like vintage Beatles posters all over the walls. She was fucking Beatles.
But they weren't vintage back then, or maybe they were a little bit.
Yeah,
but
they were
were
from
they?
the 60s.
Oh, that's pretty neat though that she had all that stuff.
She gave it all to me,
Nice.
which is kind of sad. It's kind of depressing to me because I can't put them up. You know, I've got them stowed away. But she had a paint. She had a print of one of a 500 that Yoko almost like paintings with John.
Uh-huh.
She didn't give me those. She didn't get those. And but yeah, everything else, she had little Beatles dolls like Bob. Her room was just nothing but the Beatles. So she was listening to the Beatles one night. She tells the story better, obviously, than I have such detail. She was listening to Sgt. Pepper's one night, which is a scary album to be listening to, if you ask me.
That kind of is.
Yeah. It's a scary record. It's a scary Beatles record to be listening
Songs,
to.
your mileage may vary per song.
Right. It's got all the death clues hidden in it and shit. I remember when I did the Beatles Death Clues stream and everybody got creeped out because it is pretty fucking creepy.
So she was playing this in her room alone?
No, she was just casually listening. She did show me the Death Clues as a young boy, but she was just casually listening to. She said she was listening to Sgt. Pepper's. And she said it was around midnight. She would have been about 16 years old. And she said that she heard boot steps coming up because there was a short flight of steps because it's one of those types. It's over the garage. You know these types. They have the eavesment on the
Yes.
eaves on the wall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Convex and winding staircase to get up there, and that's what it was. She heard these thudding male boot steps on the stairs, and she said that she was sure she knew just from the steps that someone was coming up, and she wasn't going to like whatever it was. And
okay.
She said she called out and no one answered her, and the boot steps continued. And
It was
they were real
intimidating.
Yeah, and she said they were slow, that they didn't sound like my stepdad. They definitely weren't me or my brother, and it was too late at night. So she was scared to get out of her bed, she said. She froze.
Right.
Just to wait and see, which is a horrible survival instinct, by the way. God forbid it would have been a rapist or an intruder, you know?
Right.
But she froze, and she turned her back to it. And so her bed was next to the window, was up against the window. Not headboard wise, but lengthwise. You follow? You follow me?
Yeah.
And she turned her back to the staircase, the entrance to the room, and then because she didn't even want to look, she was so petrified, and she was staring into the reflection.
It's no better.
Which is, yeah, I know. Talk about setting yourself up.
And you can't look away, probably.
No, and she said that she could see the reflection, still had the lights on in her room. She could see the reflection behind her, and that she saw very clearly the shadow of a guard behind her.
Oof.
Like directly behind her. And so she screamed, which woke my... And so that was her. That's kind of where the first encounter. And then probably not much longer than a couple of weeks later. Now, see, she told me about this because I was a very small child. She didn't want to scare me. She didn't tell me about it. She told my parents. I mean, she was screaming. She woke my mom up.
Right.
But
She didn't want to scare you, though. as a
Yeah,
kid.
there was a concerted effort. I was the youngest, right? And so they didn't tell me about that. I had an experience which seems like a dream now. So in other words, it's almost, I almost wonder, like, it may as well not even be real. But there was a woman on my wall, like, as if, like, projection, flat, the flat image. And it was, I'm trying to describe, there's really not an easy way to describe this because it's like a projection, but it's not. It was, yeah, I don't know how, I'm sorry. I'm going to be at a loss for this. There was a woman on my wall, okay?
Oh boy.
And so I screamed. I woke everybody up. And I was crying. A lot of this, by the way, as I'm telling you this, comes from my parents or my sister more than it does, okay? Because I can't remember shit too well, right?
Yeah.
But I definitely remember seeing this woman. And again, that's why I say it's like...
Ever want to go back again?
She was a dark-haired woman. She had her hair in a bun. And she was smiling, but she wasn't looking. And she was on the wall. And it was like if someone maybe projected on the wall through my window, which I was on a second story, okay? That's important.
Well, that's funny you said that's how my dark shadows were. They were on the wall, the full figurines of people and stuff. So it was like her on the wall, but it wasn't 3D, but she was like on the wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
All my lights were, I wasn't allowed to have my TV on or my lights on. And at least not then. And is she still in here? Kelsey's asleep.
No, he doesn't want her getting scared.
Unless I can't see her. She does get scared of shit.
Of course. Most people do.
She does. She's going to be going out in September to this very haunted location in North Carolina. It'll be our first vacation in a while to go to a fucking haunted clinic. Oops.
Oopsies.
I said too much. So, where was I? You guys are getting me off track, Chet.
Listen, let me just tell Chet one thing and then we'll get right back to it. Since this is a little bit of a spooky kind of story, if you want to make your own ghost break and create your own ghost, you can do that too. And that might help with the story being a little bit more chilling at this hour of the morning. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I had seen this woman on the wall, scared the fucking shit out of me. I screamed. According to my parents, it was a really nasty event. I was pounding on their door, and which they kept locked. Someone thinks that's weird. It's not. Like, I need to remind you that my stepfather was a federal agent.
Not a federal Asian, a federal agent.
Right. And so he was big on home security, so he kept their bedroom door was always locked. Which is like, well, fuck, lock mine too then, right? You know what I mean? Last line of defense, I guess we can all do, huh? I'll pops. But I was like trying to beat their door down. I was apparently so terrified of this woman that I saw. And so for a while they could get back in my room, and I spent a lot of time sleeping on bed. So south we have a term, make a bed on the floor is called a pack. And when you drag blankets and pillows, you put them on the floor. And so, you know, my mom would relent because I wouldn't let it go, and she'd say, "Go on, Mikey, pallet." And I couldn't imagine not sleeping next to their bed at night anymore. There's nothing that would get me in my room. Even in the daytime, I didn't want to fucking be in there. That was it.
Not at all, huh?
Not at all. I don't want to be in there at all. So my mom went on a mission to try and redecorate the room and make it innocent looking. And she put Sesame Street ABC wallpaper. She painted it yellow. She put Sesame Street and the alphabet on, you know, the wallpaper that goes across the top.
Yeah, the
Like
bordering
right?
wallpaper. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. She put Sesame Street ABC wallpaper bordering and then painted the walls yellow and made it very kid friendly. And I was 6, so that was still appropriate. And it wasn't enough for me. And I remember her telling, and I had the curtains too. I had the Count because he was my favorite. I had the Count Von Count. And with numbers. You know what I mean? So it's like letters on the wallpaper on.
I know exactly what you're talking. I think I know that one actually.
And they must have spent a lot of money because it was matching set wallpaper.
Wallpaper was expensive too back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So she spent all this money to try and juice my room innocent, make my room innocent and not scary, you know, to make it easier. She still talks about that to this day, of trying to make the room non-threatening, but knowing what she knows now, so she doesn't. When she tells the story these days, she always throws that in there. Goes, I didn't know, because everybody found out what the fuck was wrong with this Blake Bishop. It's like, well, if you don't believe me now, you're gonna get some of your own later.
I have a quick question. How was it for sleepovers for school kids? Nobody had sleepovers there, right?
My sister did, but she was a teenager. No, we never had any. My stepfather would have never allowed it again. He's a fucking paranoid cop.
But you never know with his daughter. He might let a friend stay over or something. You never know. Yeah. Ian says he doesn't do sleepovers. So that's.
So then I remember, because I still wouldn't. She was trying to get me to sleep in my room again. They spent all this money. Just that one encounter. Yeah, I saw a lady on the wall. I did not want to be in the fucking room ever. You know, it was weeks and weeks and weeks. Felt like forever. I couldn't give you an accurate timetable because I was so young, but it was a long time. I would not go in there. I would kept sleep on a pallet next to her bed. And then she started trying to get me to sleep in there. After I redecorated, I would still sneak out. And then I would tap to try not to wake my stepdad up, right? But enough to get my mom's attention. I'd sleep her. And then she'd unlock that door, let me in there. And then he would complain the next day, oh, you let him fucking sleep next to us again. And, but then eventually, I guess he had it, and I was just not allowed to sleep in their room anymore. I guess they wanted privacy. And my mom took me, she got me these tapes to listen to. So she got me a tape player and then said, well, maybe it'll help you if you listen to music, and then it'll help you fall asleep. And so I had like stories and stuff, like Muppets shit. I had a bunch of these. I had a whole box full. And I would try and listen to tapes, but I would hide under the blankets and shit. Well, there was one night, I don't know how long I'd been back into staying in the room again. And this is what made me not in the room at all anymore, pretty much permanently. I thought I heard someone outside the window. Again, we were on the second story, okay?
Yeah, because you could see the graveyard, so you're way up.
And, well, no, not from my window. My bedroom window looked into the backyard.
Okay, but it was the second story.
Second story, yeah. Okay, and then all the windows on the front of the house face the graveyard.
Okay.
I looked through. I thought I heard someone. It was pretty late at night. It might have been very late at night. I thought that I heard someone out in our backyard. And it was still a very new development, so it's like worth reminding. But there was no house next to us. The lot on either side of us was empty. That's how new the development was. And then there was nothing behind us. It was just woods. And I had a big tree that I played at. A giant, ancient fucking tree that probably been forever. Definitely been there since the 1800s. Giant fucking tree.
Oh, that tree's seen a lot of stuff. Maybe.
The tree saw shit for sure.
Yeah.
And during the day, I would play at the base of this tree. And so my mom always called it your tree. So I thought I heard someone calling out from outside the window, and I look out my window, and I see at my tree a man, woman. But they were complete strangers. And they were smiling and pointing up at me and talking to each other.
Oh, that's
I know this sounds fucking ridiculous. That's why I fully acknowledge that, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Not too ridiculous. There's another story like that in Roanoke that happened to somebody, so.
And they were, I hate how cliche it is, but unfortunately, I can't. What good am I doing if I, in order to make us, I understand that it is out there, but keep in mind I was very young, right? I guess that's the best way I'm going to put this, is that they were absolutely in period clothing. They were absolutely wearing old clothes. And I knew what I was looking at the moment I knew exactly what the fuck I was looking at. And this man and this woman were holding hands. And they were standing near the base of my tree, and they were pointing up towards me. I screamed. I beat my own door down to get the fuck out of there, out of my room again. And so from that point onward, I stayed with my sister in her room. And I no longer stayed in that room, even though it was still always my room. No longer slept in that room at all. As I said, I didn't want to be in there during the day. I'd go in there and get my toys, and I'd drag it upstairs. I did not want to be in there. So now I was genuinely convinced as a young child that I was crazy, which is a horrible way to, because everyone kept telling me that shit didn't exist. That's what my mother would do, say, no, you didn't see that. That doesn't exist. You didn't see that. And then one day my sister stops and looks at my mom, and she called her out, like, no, tell him. And my mom's calling her by her name and going, shut up. And my sister looked like he had enough, and no, he needs to know. Tell him. And so my mom won't tell me, and then I'm grilling, no, tell me, what is it? And then my sister explains to me, I've had things in my room, and then I was cleaning your room while you were at school, and something happened in your room, and my mom's trying to shut her up. And my sister, they got into it, to the point where my sister was crying and shit. And that's why I ended up sleeping in her room. She was like, no, he's going to stay with me. This house is fucked up. There's something wrong here. And she didn't want to sleep alone anymore either. And she was fucking the teenager. She's 17 years old probably by that.
How many years were you in this house?
From when I was 4 to when I was 9.
Okay.
Okay, Ian, yes. And I would like to hear it, yeah. We'll remind you that. So, I remember being really, disturbed by how my sister's reaction, and also, feeling like people were hiding shit from me, too. I was really disturbed about that, to the extent that my sister and my mom would start fighting, would cry about something like that. And then so she insisted, and she's like, no, he'll stay with me in my room. I don't want to sleep alone in this fucking house either. We'll just stay together. And so things were good. And then, by the way, the incidents with the kitchen exploding,
Mm-hmm.
those had already happened by the time I moved in with my sister, or started sleeping exclusively in her room. Those had already both times that had already happened. So you have to keep in mind, okay, I'm seeing shit in my bedroom. I'm seeing shit out my back window. My sister
And shit in her room.
Yeah, she's hearing and seeing shit in her room. And then on 2 occasions, our kitchen explodes with fucking poltergeist activity, and my stepfather's having to go down there with a shotgun. And all of this is going on.
What?
So I start... Huh?
I was just going to say, I wonder, why did your parents, did they want to stay there? What were they just had to stay there? Or, well, I would have been I would have walked out on that motherfucker.
You know...
I'm curious.
This day I can't get a good answer out of him about it.
Huh.
And my stepfather is the most skeptical. I mean, he's killed people as a military man.
Right.
And as an officer of the law. And he has no room in his head for ghosts and ghouls and shit. He's a very pragmatic man. And he'll still, when I talk to him about it today, when I ask him, like, why did that not convince you? He'll just shrug, you know? He won't answer.
Huh.
Just, I'll just fucking give his hand at it. But when I asked my mother about it, like, why did we stay there? She pretends, she rewrites history, and she says, oh, no, I couldn't stand it. I wanted us to get out so bad. And then I'm like, no, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't. You were fine. You loved it.
Huh.
You were telling everybody you didn't believe it. And now you're saying, oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. Well, so then, by far, this is going to sound corny, but I'm going to go ahead and say the creepiest. I think the creepiest thing that happened there to me, that I saw, was while I was still staying with my sister. Remember how I mentioned earlier I'd wait for her to get home?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And she'd drive to bed and stuff. Well, she wasn't home one night, and so it was just me and my brother. And she was supposed to be watching us, but she went to this grocery store called Stevens. There was an old grocery chain called Stevens. And to pick up her paycheck or something like that. So she left. And my parents were out on a date at the Hermitage, Andrew Jackson's plantation, where Andrew Jackson. And they were having some kind of party out there, some kind of party at the Hermitage. And my parents were out on a date. So they were out late. And it was raining that night. It was storming. And so my sister goes out to go to the grocery store to get a paycheck. And then I'll be right back. And leaves me and my brother. He's 4 years older than me. So, I mean, he's old enough to hold shit down.
You would think.
You'd think. He was not a very comforting person. He was just a fuck and play Super Nintendo.
He didn't have a lot of problems with this stuff, did he?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Well, he grew up to be a cop. He was just, of course. He was a jock. He didn't care. He was like oblivious to this shit somehow.
It just didn't show itself to him.
Or he didn't express.
Yeah, or never said it. He just suppressed it.
Yeah. So, I'm also trying to keep up with Ian and Debbie while they're talking about crucifixes and holy water. So anyway, where was I? Okay, so it was storming this night. My parents were out on a date at the Hermitage. And so I was waiting for anybody to come home. So I was probably waiting for my sister more than anything, since they were both gone. You know what I mean? My parents were gone and my sister was gone.
Your sister was out playing Ouija board.
Who knows what she was doing? She might have been lying, yeah. Oh, I'm going to go get my paycheck. Who knows? She actually didn't come back for a while. My parents got home. She did. They did. I'm staring out down toward the bottom hill. So my house is on a hill, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and then the graveyard is on the opposite side of the cul-de-sac on a hill of its own. So it's like two hills facing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's yeah.
Okay. Well, the Cumberland River kind of ran around all of this as a border, and then the road followed that. So you would only see a car coming in once they like turn the corner. They'd come out. The car would come out from beneath a hill. I don't know if that makes any sense. That was worth saying. Whatever.
Well, that's what it is.
And so it's morning, and I'm waiting to see my sister's car come around from the bottom of the hill. And I notice there's a street lamp, and it's the only one at that time. It was the only one in that part of the subdivision. But still, the houses were still being built. It was still very little development. We had one bright street lamp in that cul-de-sac.
That sounds like Poltergeist when they're building it, kind of.
It was a lot like Poltergeist. I think I've said that.
No, you did. Isn't it funny how there's similarities though between stories around the like this happens a lot. There's a lot of places.
Yeah. And I noticed there was a man standing under the street lamp in the rain, in the pouring rain. There's thunder and lightning and shit. There's a bad storm. And there was a man in a blue, he was too far away for me to make out further detail than this. He was a man in a blue jacket, in black pants and a blue jacket, and with a beard. And he was staring up. He was as real, he was very real looking, okay? He was staring up with his mouth wide open. Was storming and thundering and lightning, and he didn't move. And there was something really wrong about that. I picked up on it quick. That there was something really wrong about that.
Like a defect in AI. There's always a defect in a haunt like thing. There's always one thing that's not normal.
Yeah, I started getting the creeps real fast. But I couldn't take my eyes off. You know what I mean? I was watching through the window, and in our bonus room, you know, had the windows there. So these windows were the ones that faced the cemetery, faced the street, faced the cul-de-sac, etc., everything. And I would get on my knees and peer out that window almost every other night, waiting for my sister to get home, or for my parents, or whatever. And I was watching that man, and he was standing underneath that street lamp with his mouth wide open. And he was staring upward, and minutes were going by. He would not fucking move. So I kept calling for my brother, and I went to go get him, and then he didn't want to come look. And he was in his room playing a Sega, and he didn't want to go look at it. And I went back out to the front to look, and the guy was still fucking there.
Weird.
And he was still standing like that with his mouth open, staring up at the sky. And it was pouring ass rain. And I got the serious creep off looking at him. And then I saw headlights come around the hill, and I saw that it was my parents' car, and that they were, so that had been fairly late. And they rode right past him. And I mean, he was still there. He didn't fucking disappear or anything.
Huh.
And they rode right past him and started coming. So our driveway was so steep that the only way you could go down was to put the car in neutral and brakes. It was that steep. Okay. And so you had to really floor it trying to get up, you know, the driveway.
No, I know. Yeah, I've had steep fright. Yeah.
So I watched him ride past this man and then hit the driveway and start driving up. And at that point, I run towards the garage to wait for the garage door to open and get out, go talk to them. And I said to my mother, "Who is that man? There's that man out there. Is he, what is the deal with that guy?" However I would have phrased it, I don't know. I was about 8 when this happened. And then she was saying, "What man?" And I'm like, "That guy out there standing out there in the rain underneath the light." And so I took her to the window to go point him out, and he wasn't there. Once I get her involved, you know what I mean? Oh, of course.
Yeah, of
Once
course.
you
It doesn't work now.
Mm-hmm.
Just like your car, when it has a sound it's making, don't make it when you take it to the mechanic.
And the motherfucker, that was scary. What was that?
Was what?
Oh, never mind. It was my wife. All the lights just went out. And the motherfucker was there when I went to go get my brother and come back. You know what I mean? He's there. He's there. Then God forbid you go get your parents and take them. And he wasn't there. And they said that they hadn't seen him. My sister was in college, so I didn't have her by this point. Didn't have her to go tell her about it or anything. And I was back in my room, by the way. But at that point, they let me put the TV on. And I would blast the TV, keep the lights on.
Just have distraction. Yeah, so you couldn't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Yep. That's when I started watching. That's when I started Dr. Rule.
Okay.
Because that's what was on. That's what was on. Sci-Fi Channel was a new channel, and that's what would be on. I remember Liquid Television would be on MTV sometimes. TV was great at that time, but yeah, Dr. Rule would be on. And then, I guess this is why I have this weird obsession with this man nobody knows or cares. Because when I was a kid, he was like Mr. Rogers. Because he was talking about these things and saying, yes, they are real. They're, but he was so like goofy that it made me feel a little bit safer, I guess.
It was a good show, though.
Yeah, God bless him. But, so then the event, and I probably have to have told this, we moved out of the house because there was, as I was being brought home from school, there was a man also in blue standing in my parents' window of their master bedroom. They had a balcony, standing in the balcony. And my mother saw him. She stopped the car immediately as soon as the home intruder. She was terrified. She got her big brick cell phone, big brick, 90s, early 90s cell phone out. Called my stepdad, was working, doing work. And he said, don't even bother to call the cops. I remember that very well. And then he showed up with a bunch very quickly. And they all went into the house, and I was certain that they were about to go in there and shoot somebody or get a burglar. And they didn't. The cops said that the doors were all still dead-bolted. Not a single door was disturbed. The windows were disturbed. But that there were muddy boot prints that went from the back kitchen door across the carpet in the living room, up the steps, my parents' room, their balcony, and stopped at the balcony. And that this is actually true. This is very, very true. I'm Grace's heart attack about is that even cops sometimes will look at you and tell, "She's a fucking ghost." Sorry.
It's true in a lot of cases. I think they go on when they can't solve stuff or know where it's from. I think sometimes it is ghosts.
Yeah. Well, so I had become convinced that it was because of my stepfather's work and that someone was planning some bad stuff. And I never understood because for some reason I put it in my head that no, it was that. That's what happened. That's why we had to leave, because we didn't just leave. Ian will relate to this, because this is where, you know, Ian, that's how I ended up in fucking Pampa. I mean, it wasn't just like, hey, we're going to move to a new neighborhood. We left the state. So I had always that there was like the Departed situation going on. And there might have been a dirty cop in our house or something. So but later on, and this is what made me look into stuff, I was talking to my stepfather, and I said, well, I know why we moved, because, you know, there was like some dirty cops, and we had to get the fuck out, right? Because that guy, when my mom, you know, we saw the guy at the balcony waiting for us, he turned the blinds and stepped back, and we didn't go inside because he said, don't go in, you know, I'll be right there. Bunch of cops and all this happened. And I looked at him and I said, that was some guy trying to whack us, right? And he looked at me and he goes, no, that's not why we moved at all. And I'm like, that incident, you're telling me that there really was nobody? And he said, yeah. And I go, so you're telling me it was a fucking ghost? And he just shrugs. And I go, okay. All right, I got to look into this shit now. So my result and what I came up with was the following. Debbie, hold on, I gotta read. You grew up in one too? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's creepy. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that shit's gross. It's creepy. So, if you to explain, well, then why would this place be so fucked up? What I found justified every bit of how fucked up it was, and what I did was, Billy, if you don't fucking quit,
I know.
if you've got the attention span of a gnat, don't make me get fucking Booger on you, dude.
I don't even know. Booger's number is unknown.
Because now I'm getting the fucking. Then I gotta go because I'm tired of shit.
I am too. So let's.
You keep him up, Billy. You keep Five Banger up.
No.
Hey, you wanted me to tell the story, right?
Yeah, let's hear it. Come on, Billy.
No, I mean, you specifically though, Five. You did want me to. You wanted me to tell this story though. I'm not telling it again.
That's a good story. It's not a story. It's a fiction. It's a non-fiction story.
Yeah. Oh, backshot.
What is that? Yeah, I don't know. I got to figure out who Booger even is.
Here from the safety of the White residence, and with the help of my wife, many years later, and after telling her all that shit, then clarifying it with my family and realizing, well, then yeah, I mean, what was going on with that? Fucked up. I start the research, and then she helps me, and so I decided, well, I'll use Google Earth as a start, because then there might be a name for that graveyard now with the technology of Google Earth.
That's true. It probably does have historical documents and stuff, and plats and stuff.
That kicked it all off with a Google Earth search, and so I did, and the graveyard had a name on it, and I took that name and started typing it in elsewhere in actual Google and other searches, and find other historical sites, which quickly led me to the Historical Society. I'd already dealt with historical societies at that point. And so, you know me, I'm just going to make a call blind, I always do. Made a blind call, and all I said, the first lady that I spoke to was not very kind right off the bat, and told her, I just want to know the history of that graveyard. And so she was forthcoming. Well, it belonged to the DeMoss and Carter family. As if I was stupid, I should have known these names.
Right.
And I said, I'm not familiar. And then she said, well, you know the Carters. And I said, well, no, I don't. But so just spoiler alert. Actually, I did. I just didn't know that I did, right?
Right.
A kindly man that ran the grocery store in the town was a Carter. And he was, YouTube doesn't like this word. That thing happened to him.
Ah.
Yeah. In the grocery store. And it was a pretty tragic event. This is all the way back in the 90s. And apparently they still don't like to talk about it. But it starts to become quick to remind me, if you're digging around about the Carters, you need to understand is the two daughters are still to this day heartbroken, and you don't need to be digging. And I'm like, whoa, lady. I said, okay, I knew that man. He gave me candy when I was a kid. I stopped there on my way home. I said, it's unfortunate what happened to him. That's not why I'm asking about any of this. I said, I'm asking about this because I lived in a specific house there. And I told her exactly the house. And then that's when she started to clam up and didn't seem to want to talk to me anymore. And so and I was like, well, fuck this. I don't like this lady's attitude. So I'll talk to someone else. So I waited a couple of days, tried to do more of my own research into this DeMoss family. And then I realized, wait a minute, the history of Bellevue. And then I go, holy shit, it's a very old place. And the guy who founded it was this guy named Captain DeMoss. And he had actually come from here in North Carolina from only 30 minutes away from where I am now, which is weird. And he was the founder of the town of Bellevue, Tennessee. And it was a slave driving property where they were being bred and sold en masse. And there were more than 200 or 300. It was something like 250 or 300 at any given time, which is insane.
There's probably some mass gravesite too.
It was a mill. It was a factory. It was a slave factory. Right. But that's not the fucked up part about it. I don't think that's what caused. I'm sure that didn't leave any good energy there, but there was other things that I think created this energy there. I'm sure that didn't help. He was a very vocal man. I ended up finding him in old Nashville newspapers from the time. Very vocal opponent of his trade. And he was a friend of Jefferson Davis, and is all into that shit. And his family had intermarried with another family called the Carters, and a series of murders began. And one of them happened there shortly in front of the home. A man who was in the family was shot on a train by another man in the family who was anonymous. And was allowed to ride out on the rail. This is the Historical Society giving this back to me. They don't know why I'm asking.
So he shot the dude, but he's allowed to ride out the rest of the train ride and not get arrested.
It was the family that fucking owned the town.
Yeah.
The one cousin, one brother shoots another, you know what I mean? And
right.
they're like, all right, we'll let you out on the rail, man. Guess you're not coming back. And this gentleman was shot in the gut. And right where the train got off was near the edge of that neighborhood, that development. At that time, because it was decommissioned later. There hadn't been a train station forever there after a while. But he had managed to crawl all the way up to the house, the original DeMoss house, where he bled to death on the porch. Well, then another adjacent mansion was built because it had been a very large cabin at that point. And then so the son of Captain DeMoss built a mansion called a Riverside, which LOL, right?
Oh, Lord.
Here's this word, this name popping back into my life. And yeah, he called it Riverside. And so then one day he was hosting a dinner when a black Union soldier, this is right after the war, this is during Reconstruction, a black Union soldier walks through the front door and puts one right in his chest.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And pulled a Django on him.
Oof, oof.
From that point onward, the Riverside was abandoned. No one would live in there, okay? And this came to me from, so I got in touch with an old lady named Nina, and she was a very old lady. She was at the historical site, and she didn't know that the other ladies didn't want to talk to me. She was real sweet, and she just spoke, you know what I mean? Like, she didn't know. She didn't treat me like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah, she was welcoming.
Yeah, and she explained to me, she started to become very interested in exactly where my house had been, and so I kept explaining this to her. Well, she had to get on Google and look, and she was already 80-something years old. She may not even be alive now. And she had to get on Google and look, and then she looks at me and she says, oh, well, it was where your house was. And I go, no way. And she says, well, yes. She says, I need to explain this to you. She says, the mansion was not lived in after Mr. Carter was shot. Not the grocery guy, okay? Not the modern day guy, old time guy. You know, that was shot by the Union soldier. She said, no one lived in it. And she said, and it stayed standing there for 120 whatever years. And she said that his blood had always been, and that they had photos, that his blood had always been spattered all over the wood. And it was famous for people trying to like go in there and break in there and take pictures and stuff and fuck around.
Huh. I suppose. Yeah.
And she said that it had burned down as an act of arson. And I asked her when it had burned down. And then she said, very, very shortly before your house was built on the property.
Interesting.
So I said, because I was going to again do content out of this, I'm like, ma'am, I need proof of this. And she says, I have it, absolutely. I'm going to have a gentleman that's going to call you who had actually been in there when it was standing and had done a survey in the 80s.
Okay.
And she said, I'm going to send you a map email right now. And she sent me the map of the DeMoss cabin in Riverside, Maine.
Oh, like the blueprints?
Yes. And I found out that the town was named for the view from my house because the founder of the town built where I ran his family, and is that whole plant from exactly where we were living. Down to the X marks the spot, as I saw on the map. And Kelsey confirmed that, because I didn't want to believe it. I'm like, this is too fucking crazy. And then she, no, look. She's like, holy shit. And then this guy did call me, and he was an old man, and he wanted to ask me why I wanted to know about all this. And I said, I grew up in a house that stands exactly where Riverside was. And I said, and we had a lot of problems in there. And I said, to be honest with you, sir, the place was haunted. And then he tells me, he goes, well, you have no idea how many people died on this property. He said, that's why I went out there surveying it all the time. I was into that stuff. He says, a lot of people died. He said, remember, there was a slave mill. And he said, so you've got them, and then you've also got them. I'm sorry, words, but the unalivings within the family.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, I heard there were 2 of those. And he said there were more than that. And he didn't elaborate. Well, after, and here we'll wrap it up. One of the younger women, who was the head of the entire historical society, revealed herself and others to be part of a committee there called the Friends of Captain DeMoss.
That's kind of creepy sounding.
I know. And many of them are descendants of his. Of course they are. And they had gone through efforts to recover his tombstone because it had been vandalized. They found it near a tree at the park by miracle. And so they had it moved. They had the original cabin moved to the park to avoid it being vandalized. Hearing the pattern here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you need a committee called Friends of Captain DeMoss and then moving stuff and then they told me directly, by the way, I forgot to mention this. The nicer woman told me that they knew that the main burned down because of arson. They knew that much. They just did it. But they didn't have to guess because there were a lot of people who did not like this family for things from the past, okay? And so as a preventative measure to keep the cabin from being burned down, they moved it like 1.7 or whatever over to the park so that it would not suffer the same. And so now you're getting as I did, they're getting the picture of, you know what? How is this guy so good if apparently even in modern day, people who want to erase the fact that he ever fucking exists?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They don't want any trace left.
Well, I learned real quick. So I told the lady, oh, buddy, did her fucking attitude. If it wasn't bad already, that's when I started getting threats. And this one was young, had enough of her wits, because of course it's a young Aaron with a bunch of old ones. And this woman went fucking haywire, sent me emails threatening to sue if I made any video about it. She left a number of voicemails on my phone demanding to know more about who I was and on my YouTube channel. Like, good fucking luck, lady. And then, left me another woman who I didn't know who the fuck she was, mail saying that she was with the historical, with Friends of Captain DeMoss committee, and also trying to get me to asking where I got my information from. In other words, trying to get me to throw that 908 bus. And it was really, I mean, I'm not scared of these fucking chuckleheads, but it was disturbing.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
And so I realized, holy fuck, they don't want anyone, town doesn't know. They don't want anyone to know this stuff. And I learned why, probably mostly because it is actually the wealthiest neighborhood in like Davidson County right now. A lot of famous people have their houses there. And keep in mind, the president of BET has his main house there, and a few of the Titans. These are black folks. Do you think that it would look good on that neighborhood for it to be revealed that it was you know what I mean, murder plantation?
Right. Yeah, not good.
So no wonder they freaked out. They threatened to sue me, all this shit, which I don't think they had any grounds to do so. I'm within my rights. History.
No, it's all fine.
So
very interesting.
That's the episode of Mysteries from Behind the Beyond that you guys never got. I had all. I even wrote music, but I had it all. I was going to draw it in the style of a child's drawing. It was my story, and I had such big plans for it. And by the time ladies leaving threats and my fucking voice, And then I realized, fuck, it's not just them I'm going to run into trouble with, because I can't talk about this without someone figuring out exactly what house it was. And then if they figured that out, then they could figure out my stepdad. He's a cop, you know what I mean? Like cop related shit. It just wouldn't have been, none of it would have been good. So there's my story, man.
That's a good story. It was a non-fiction story.
Yeah.
It goes to show you some weird shit and groups and people still exist. I believe there's some full cities, full little towns in Iowa of cults. The whole town is pretty much it. Maybe not everybody, but I think there's a lot of little special groups that like to cover up stuff or then, do.
I had no idea. And I'm going to be honest with you. I had no idea I would have it like that until I didn't think that I would ever run into the historical society treating me like a fucking and threatening me. And I never thought that could happen. I realized that happens. These people are fucking twisted.
And now today with the internet, they have so much more access to find stuff, and do stuff. So
yeah. And I would have done it out of spite if not for the fact that I realized that could put people in real danger.
Yeah. Because there's always a nut job out there, Maybe not the best term, but there's always somebody with an issue that allows them to do bad things without having any regrets. So
thank you. Hey, that's what 5-banger.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for letting me share that story here on OnlyNet, since I couldn't share,
Would you like this story to stay up or be taken down?
I don't care. I mean, if you need watch, get your watch hour.
It's up to you because there's personal information.
Get your watch hour. I mean, it's the kind of thing, Yeah, I'm gonna just make an executive call. Get your watch.
Get them watch hours. Well, you know what? We're gonna have to. I think as we get a little bit closer to Halloween, because unfortunately, in the USA market of retail, Halloween realistically starts to go out at the end of August.
Again, I hope that you'll come down here and then go to, hey guys, so yeah, this is something I was going to mention, but Gabe would probably be mad at me if he heard me do it.
He's in bed.
Yeah, they all call me Big Mouth because I tell people my plans. But listen, if you guys want to start getting familiar with a specific property here in North Carolina, this a little birdie told me, this, right? The Trivet Clinic. Trivette. The Trivet or Trivet. A northerner would pronounce this Trivet.
Trivet.
The Trivet Clinic. A lot of famous people been through there, ghosts and all that bullshit. It is considered one of the most haunted locations in North Carolina. Start looking into it. And so that way, when you get familiar with it, you're like, oh, I know that room. I know that place. I've heard about that story. Then it may make things more exciting here around Halloween time.
Yeah.
But yeah, 5-banger, I'd like you to be a part of that if you can. And if you can't, whatever. But
we'll get the exact dates and I'll talk to you next couple of days about it.
Not exact dates.
Well, not exact, but we'll just closer. Anyway. Holy cow, I'm tired.
Trivet like Corvette. Yeah, you've got the Trivette.
Yep, like Corvette, 2 T's.
Yeah, the Trivet Clinic in North Carolina. You'll have content for days on YouTube. Everybody goes in there. I can tell you, all I can tell you is the place is certifiably pretty fun. But yeah, just look into it. Just have a look-see.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for calling in with that story tonight, though.
Yeah, thank you, 5-Bang. I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me. Thank you for being a friend.
Thank you, sir. I wish you a blessed Taco Tuesday. If you want to make white people tacos tomorrow night, it's real easy. Some ground beef, some shredded Mexican 5 cheese. Obviously, get the major grocery store chain brand, house brand. And then you can proceed to put on maybe some sour cream and taco sauce, but just get the cheapest white one you can find.
Or you can just make actual taco stick on this.
I can't. You can do. I can't.
That's what I would do. You know what? We'll both do it. We'll do it our way. I'll text you tomorrow, though.
That's right. Alrighty, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Mitty is in the...
Buenos noches, mi amigo. That was Mr. Skinny White. With tales that will not let you sleep tonight. Full of torture and fright. Ruining kids' dreams and keeping them up. He even had a half-wolf pup. All right, boys. I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm going to bounce. I'm going to go to bed. I'm tired. I thank y'all for being here. The voice on the phone was Skinny White. And he made this outro, so please enjoy. Buenos noches, mis amigos.
अमानत है मैं इसीलिए पैदा हुआ हूँ मैं तब भी गाता था जब बोल पाता नहीं था मस्ती की राहों में हद से गुजर जाए से क्या होता है से होता है डांस
He's got an Only Mids endorsement, and he's ready to 5-bang your whole crew!